Sina nu ngemplong ejo duh panutan diantosan ti bareto daun hiris kembang nang umpiang karoneng kaendahan ayana di sisi empang panutan imut basa kuring anteng nyawang duh waktu mitineng hate jadi hancewang ngabibitang daun hiris sisi gawin aduh ampun takdir tebenang dipungkir berang peting duh panutan diantosan ti bareto buktina ngaraheutana sapanjangna pupuasan naon pilandongeunana mungkin lami badan teh tambi tukara duh ampun seueur pisan gogodana tetep dedeg moal burung dipisonong hate kuring moal benang dibobodong pedang peting badan teh tambi tunggara duh ampun seueur pisan gogodana buktina ngarahetan sapanjangna duh ampun takdir teu beunang dipungkir berang peting tente tambi tunggara duh waktu mitina hate jadi honcewa.
Cik, baik kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada para peserta dan tamu undangan dalam kegiatan konferensi dalam Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science yang diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Pendidikan dan Sains.
Cek, 1, 2, 3, cek.
Cik.
Tetep dedeg.
Baik, kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan serta para peserta Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science yang diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Pendidikan dan Sains Universitas Gunung Jati Cirebon. Kami persilakan kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan, para peserta untuk bisa menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih.
Diantosan ti bareto Habibita daun uris sisi kawin
International Conference on
keindahan
Education and Science.
ayana di sisi empang panutan imut basa kuring ateng nyawang duh waktu mitina hate jadi honcewang ngabibita daun hiris sisi gawe do apun takdir teu benang dipungkir berang penting hate waleh istiar dua waktu mitina hate jadi honcewang buktina sapanjangna pupuasan dua waktu mitina nah hate jadi koncewang neleng nengkung neleng nengkung gara gading gara cangkung gara mikanya indung gara nungtut ilmu indung teh perlu diunjung salapan bulan ngakandung
Tes. Ladies and gentlemen, participants and the honorable guests of Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science, you may kindly get inside the room and
Gering
take your prepared seat.
nangatung ngalayung
Ladies and gentlemen.
neleng nengkung gara gading gara gangkung gara mikanya indung gara nuntut ilmu indung teh perlu dipunjung salapan bulan ngakandung ninggang di bulan alam giring nantung ngalayung lumpuh patung tung dipandang dugi kana banter hirang cinta na indung ka anak langkung kasarana ka indung masing ngajungjung di bulan nyekandung asih nitipna kasih langkung tika saliana mun panungtung mindenguran diburus teu waleakna taya pegat nakamelah dedeh asa gerajaku geramikanya Indo geranungtut ilmuku indung teh penuh di bancung sapa bulan ngakandung tinggang di bulan giring nang tuh ngalang layu kaindung masih ngajung-jung di bulan anu ngakandung aduh indung nakanak langkung tika salirana tetep dadah mual burung di pisono hati kuring mual benang di bobodo daun iris saksina nu ngamplong econg duh panutan diantosan ti bareto
Ladies and gentlemen, participants and the honorable guests of Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science, you may kindly get inside the room and take your prepared seat because the event almost started.
Cik. Low.
ruming kang den bumiang. Dharma wayangan bae manusa ora kuasa, manusa ora wisesa. Dilali angger ora lali dilelipur, angger bae ora kelipur. Yen man katone mane yen sayang, katon sayange. Ireng-ireng nirangkit, enake mung melu nyawang sing kadoan. Melu nyawang sing kadoan. Bayam kerma ditanduni burine ngomah, sejerone ngomah sejabane ngomah, sejabane ngomah. Sejerone ngomah sejabane ngomah, uripe sawang-sawangan, sawang-sawangan. Kipas kini wis kudune wong urip gilir kumanti, gilir kumanti. Alon-alon kiranginan, alon-alon kiranginan tiwas salon, asal aja dinginan. Kipu pidik sabawana, yene man katone maning. Putilur Karangsari waktu belak pesalatan, ari jodoh si kena mari, aja belah uang sanakan. Lampit putih ning gelungan, glendang teman rasane ngati, rasane ngati. Apa kawat lan apa tali, lamun kawat aja kanggo sempiran. Apa niat lan apa beli lamun niat, aja baik kanggo kapiran, kanggo kapiran. Sulingan maning sulingan, suling seket karisangan, makarisangan. Kelingan maning kelingan demane loket, deman loket ditinggalungan, ditinggalungan. Menyan gigi, menyan Palembang, menyan erat setengah kati. Anak suki orang kekimbang, anak melarat seneng ngati, seneng ngati. Dewa guru ratu ning jagat, Irjuna turun sing keraton, ditunggu ning lawang akhirat, sapa ning donya ora kelakon. Dodol baton dodol emang keraton, esuk katon mabengi katon. Ketun ora ketunggon ora ketunggong.
Cek, 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 cek. Cek, geladi bersih. Nanti posisinya di mana, Mas? Kira-kira? Nanti apa-apanya dari saya. Mohon izin, geladi bersih, penyambutan tamu VIP dan pemateri seminar internasional. Degung siap ya? Degung konsentrasi ya?
Ulang Pak.
Prosesi penyambutan tamu undangan VIP dan pemateri.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Suara mic MC kurang up ya, Mas? Kalah sama Degung.
Tes, tes, tes. For the Honorable, the Chairman of Swadaya Gunung Jati Educational Foundation, Profesor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo, DRS MSI.
Oke, cukup.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants and the honorable guests of Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science, you may kindly get inside the room and take the prepared seat because the event almost started.
Cek cek 1 2 3.
Ada yang mengingatkan ketika saya ini ya.
Tes 1 2 3, tes 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3, cek 1 2 3.
Cek cek cek.
Cek. participants and the honorable guests of Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science, you may kindly get inside the room and take the prepared seat because the event almost started.
Cek 1 2. Cek 1 2 3, cek audio, cek 1. Cek 1 2 3, cek. Cek 1 2 3, cek. Cek cek mikrofon. Cek. Selasa 8 Juli 2025. Cek 1 2 3, cek 1 2 3. Cek mikrofon.
Cek sound. Cek cek.
Oke Mas, terima kasih Mas.
Baik, kami mohon kepada para peserta untuk bisa mengisi tempat duduk yang paling depan terlebih dahulu, dikarenakan beberapa saat lagi acara akan kita mulai. Dan kami pastikan selama kegiatan seminar atau conference ini, mohon untuk nada gawainya atau nada dering gawainya dialihkan ke mode getar terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih. prosesi tamu VIP dan pemateri memasuki auditorium.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo DRS MSI. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Ahmad Fakih SPMM IPU CIRR. The Honorable Professor Lindy Tan from Western Sydney University. The Honorable Mr. Wazir Ali MA MED MPhil from Ministry of Education Pakistan.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend a warm welcome to our presenter and our esteemed guests. The Honorable Chairman of Swadaya Gunung Jati Educational Foundation, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, the Honorable Professor Lindy Tan from Western Sydney, the Honorable Mr. Wazir Ali MA MED MPhil from Ministry of Education Pakistan. For the Honorable, the Chairman of Swadaya Gunung Jati Educational Foundation, Profesor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo, DRS MSI. And for the Honorable Rector of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Ahmad Fakih SPMM IPU CRR, please come forward for the ceremonial presentation of the traditional batik scarf by the Dean of Faculty of Education and Science, Mr. Endang Herawan, DRS MM, and Mr. Dede Endang Mascita MPD. Professor Lindy Tan from Western Sydney University for the ceremonial presentation of the traditional batik scarf by the chairperson, Dr. Ratna Andika Mahaputri M.Hum. Mr. Wazir Ali MA MED MPhil from Ministry of Education Pakistan, the ceremonial presentation of the traditional batik scarf by Mrs. Dr. Aan Anissa. Ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly take your place that have been prepared. Hadirin dimohon tetap berdiri. Let us now sing together the national anthem Indonesia Raya. continue to sing UGJ March.
Bulatkan tekad pada Ibu Pertiwi, serahkanlah jiwa dan ragamu, membangun bangsa. Marilah kita berkarya, membangun negara kita, tunjukkan masa depanmu, UGJ tercinta. UGJ tercinta, tunjukkanlah pengabdian untuk bangsa, ciptakan citra kewibawaan kita, bersama junjunglah namamu. Marilah kita berkarya, membangun negara kita, tunjukkan masa depanmu, UGJ tercinta.
Next, to ignite our spirit and enthusiasm, let's raise the energy in this room. Together, let's chant the UGJ Yel-Yel that will be led by Mr. Tri Pujiyatna, MPD.
For Miss Lindy and Mr. Wazir, if I say UGJ, you say maju, 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 jayalah UGJ. 3 times, okay?
Everyone, please give applause. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. Thank you so much for your warm welcome and enthusiasm. Hadirin, dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. The Honorable Professor Lindy Tan from Western Sydney University. The Honorable Dr. Anit. The Honorable Mr. Wazir Ali MA MED MPhil from Ministry Education of Pakistan. The Honorable Dr. Anita Devi Pillai from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, who is present online. The Honorable Mr. Dr. Frederick Poole from Michigan State University, USA, who is present online. The Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Rozak, MPD, from Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Indonesia. The Honorable, the Chairman of Swadaya Gunung Jati Educational Foundation, Professor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo, DRS MSI. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Ahmad Fakih, SPMM IPU CRRA. The Honorable Directors of UGJ Cirebon. The Honorable Heads of Institutions and Bodies within UGJ Cirebon. The Honorable Deans within UGJ Cirebon, especially the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Science, Dr. Haji Endang Herawan, DRS MM. The Honorable Director of the Graduate Program of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati Cirebon. And our honorable guests,
Let us express our deepest gratitude to Almighty God for His endless blessings, health, safety, and grace, allowing us to gather here today for the Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science 2025.
May peace and blessings always be upon our role model, the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his family, companions, and all of us as his followers.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Keisha Artamevia, and my partner with me, Adria Dalinda. We are honored to be the Master of Ceremony in Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science 2025. Honorable guests, to begin this event with blessing, let us recite Basmalah together.
Now, let us pray together, led by Mr. Haji Fuad Nasir, SSI MSI. To him, we kindly invite.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, para tamu kehormatan, hadirin sekalian yang kami hormati, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Marilah kita menundukkan kepala sejenak, bermunajat dan berdoa sesuai dengan keyakinan dan kepercayaan masing-masing, agar kita dapat memulai acara ini dengan penuh rasa syukur dan harapan. Let us take a brief moment to bow our head in reflection and prayer, it's according to their own faith and belief, so that we may begin this session with gratitude and hope. Izinkan saya membacakan doa menggunakan agama Islam. With your permission, I will now offer a prayer in accordance with the Islamic tradition. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu ولك الشكر كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد اللهم يا عليم يا حكيم يا فتاح العليم ya Allah, Tuhan yang maha mengetahui, maha bijaksana dan maha pembuka segala ilmu. Oh Allah, the all-knowing, the most wise, and the opener of all knowledge. Pada hari yang penuh berkah ini, kami berkumpul dalam rangka menyelenggarakan seminar internasional di Fakultas Pendidikan dan Sains Universitas Gunung Jati Cirebon. On this blessing day, we grateful to hold the international seminar at the Faculty of Education and Science Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati Cirebon. Kami memohon kepadamu ya Allah, bukakanlah pintu-pintu ilmu dan hikmah bagi kami semua. Satukanlah hati dan pikiran kami dalam semangat kolaborasi dan kemajuan. Jadikanlah pertemuan ilmiah ini Cirebon International Conference of Education and Science 2025 sebagai sarana untuk menebar manfaat, memperluas wawasan, dan mempererat persaudaraan antar bangsa. We ask you, O Allah, to open for us the door of knowledge and wisdom. Unite our heart and mind in the spirit of collaboration and progress. Make this academic gathering Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science CSS 2025 and midst of spreading benefit, broadening insight, and strengthening bond among nations. Allahumma ya Nur, ya Hadi, ya Razzaq, ya Allah, yang maha memberi cahaya, yang maha pemberi petunjuk dan maha pemberi rezeki. Oh Allah, the giver of life, the guide and the provider of sustenance. Berikanlah kelancaran dalam setiap sesi, keberkahan dalam setiap pemikiran dan kemudahan dalam setiap langkah kami. Berikanlah kekuatan dan keikhlasan kepada para narasumber, moderator dan seluruh peserta. Limpahkanlah rahmat dan ridho-Mu kepada para panitia dan seluruh pihak yang telah berkontribusi dalam terselenggaranya acara ini. Greatness in every session, blessing in every thought, and sesi in every step we take. Bestow strength and sense upon the speaker, moderator, and all participants. Pour out your mercy and pleasure upon the organizing committee and all those who have contributed to the success of this event. Allahumma barik fi hadzal mu'tamar wa fil musyrikina wal qaimina alaih. Ya Allah, limpahkanlah keberkahan pada konferensi ini serta kepada para peserta dan seluruh panitia yang menyelenggarakannya. Oh Allah, bless this conference and bless all the participants and all those who have organized it. Allahumma ij'al hadzal liqa'a mubaraka, nafi'a, muwaffaqa bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, jadikanlah pertemuan ini sebagai pertemuan yang penuh berkah, bermanfaat dan sukses dengan rahmat-Mu, wahai Zat yang Maha Pengasih dari segala yang mengasihi. Oh Allah, make this gathering a gathering full of blessing, benefit and success through your mercy, O most merciful of the merciful. Ya Allah, limpahkanlah pula keberkahan dalam kemajuan bagi institusi kami, Fakultas Pendidikan dan Sains Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati Cirebon, agar senantiasa menjadi pusat ilmu, nilai dan berkontribusi bagi masyarakat dan dunia. Oh Allah, bestow blessing and advancement upon our institution, the Faculty of Education and Science Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati Cirebon, so that it may continue to be a center of knowledge, value and contribution to society and the world. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa adkhilna al jannata ma'al abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear the report from the chairperson of the Organizing Committee of Conference on Education and Science 2025. To the Honorable Dr. Ratna Andika Mahaputri M. Hum, we respectfully invite you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Chairperson of Swadaya Gunung Jati Education Foundation, Professor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo, Magister Science, who on this occasion will also be the keynote speakers. Distinguished Rector of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Professor Dr. Haji Ahmad Fakih, SPMM. The Honorable invited speaker, join in person with us today, Associate Professor Dr. Lindy Tan from Western Sydney University, Australia, Mr. Wazir Ali MPhil from Ministry of Education, Pakistan, Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Rozak from Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Indonesia, Dr. Anya Anita Pillai from National Technological University, Singapore, who will join with us through this online Zoom, and then Dr. Frederick Poole from Michigan State University, America. Distinguished Vice Rectors, Head of the institution and the Director of the Graduate Program at Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, the honorable guests, esteemed speakers, and all the participants. It's really my great honor to welcome you all to the Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science, CICES 2025. Theme, Digital Transformation in Education, Bridging Technology and Social Science for Sustainable Future. This conference is significant milestones in our effort to promote quality education and also sustainable development. In this time, allow me to give the report that the conference is conducted in hybrid. We have invited two keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo, Doctorandus MSc, and our beloved Rector, Professor Dr. Haji Ahmad Faki SPMM, along with distinguished speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Lindy Tan from Western Sydney University, Australia, Mr. Wazir Ali from the Ministry of Education, Pakistan, Dr. Anita Devi Pillai from National Technological University, Singapore, and Mr. Frederick Poole from Michigan State University, America, and also Professor Abdul Rozak from Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Indonesia. In this conference, we also have brought together over 450 online participants and 30 offline participants with 60 presenters from around the world, including 30 from international presenters. In this sense, our speakers hail from diverse backgrounds and countries, including Indonesia, Australia, Singapore, Pakistan, United States, India, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, Morocco, China, Nigeria, and Madagascar. In this sense, this conference is not only a platform for knowledge sharing and collaboration, but also our step and commitment to support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for this is quality education. We believe that digital transformation in education can play a crucial role in bridging the gap between technology and social science, ultimately contributing to a more sustainable future. In this time, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the educational foundations of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati Cirebon, the rectors and his companions who have supporting us, and also all the participant speakers and the organizing committee for their dedications and hard work in making this conference a success. Your contribution will undoubtedly shape the future of education and sciences. Finally, we do hope that the connection made, ideas shared, and the knowledge gained during the conference will inspire new collaboration and innovation and breakthrough in education and science. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful conference experience. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Following that, a welcoming speech will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Science. To the Honorable Dr. Haji Endang Herawan DRS MM, we invite you to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise to be Allah, the most grateful and the most merciful. Salawat and salam for your Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to this family, friend and completion until in the of the judgment day. Your Excellency, Head of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati Foundation, Professor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo, Dr. MSI, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Ahmad Fakih SP MM IFU HRR, Head Director and Institute of GG, Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Lindy Tan from Western Sydney University, Dr. Anita Devi Pillai, National Institute of Education Singapore, Frederick Full from USE, Mr. Wajid Ali from Ministry Education Pakistan, and Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Rojak from Indonesia. It is my great honor in the privilege in what we become you are the Cirebon International Conference of Education and Science 1995 on behalf of the Faculty of Education and Science, Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati. I accepted by deeply grateful and each to you of participating and conference, whether person and virtuality, to contribute the significant existing and mine and become report of number of international conference participants is my amount 1,060. This event spectacular, one online participant 662, on-site participant 41, online presenter 13.5, on-site presenter 298. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is the vital platform of stakeholder, participant, and innovators from around the world exchanging ideas, shared government grants, and collaborative and social processing, science and education and science. In the market, the rapid technology and pattern unfolding education program, such dialogues are not just benefit, they are essential. The STEM, the well explored region from the pedagogic innovation, intellectual communication, and education, teacher professional to all education. Reflects our community to support SDGs 5 quality of education and serve a future where knowledge transformation border. Its present discussion and networking opportunity hold potential to spark transformative change in the fair to keynote speaker and invite speaker from Indonesia, USA, Singapore, Australia, and Pakistan, from Madagascar, from Brunei Darussalam, China, and Morocco. Thank you very much for sharing your expression, your contributions in in meaningful and discussion. To all participants, I encourage and engage active as question and bold connection that exit violence and conversation. I want also express in science approach in the organizing committee and volunteer whose dedication and appreciable. Once again, welcome to Cirebon City, Indonesia. I wish you all fruitful discussion, inspiring, interactive, and together experience. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, let us listen together to the speech and keynote speech by the Rector of UGJ, while also officially open the Conference on Education and Science 2025. To the Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Ahmad Fakih, SPMM IPU CRR, we invite you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdan syukranillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Warm gathering to all of us. First, let's express honors gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all the gift given so that we can gather esteemed forum. The first international conference on education and science had the Faculty of Education and Science Universitas Swada Gunung Jati with full spirit of collaboration. Salawat and gratitude may be blessed upon the great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to this family, friends, and followers until the end of time. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Please allow me to begin the acknowledging the distinguished presence of our keynote and invited speaker. We have honored us with their participation in today's international seminar. Keynote speaker Profesor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo, Donors MSI, Chairperson of the Swadaya Gunung Jati Education Foundation, and a professor in Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Indonesia, assistant academic leader with a long contribution to higher education, development, and institution transformation. Invited speaker, Profesor Dr. Haji Abdul Razak MPD, Professor of Indonesia Language Education at UGJ. He is widely respected for his scholarship in language, pedagogy, and curriculum development. Mr. Wazir Ali MA, Medical MPhil, Senior Education Officer of the Ministry Education Pakistan. Thank you. His work focus and national curriculum reforms in development context. Dr. Anita Devi Pillai, Senior Lecturer at the National Institute of Education Singapore, her research specialist in multilingual education, teacher professional development, and innovate pedagogical strategies and diverse classroom. Associate Professor Dr. Linda Tan, Associate Professor at Western Sydney University, Australia, a noted scholar in inclusive education and educational technology, the Associate for Transformative Protecting in Teaching and Learning through Digital Integration. Dr. Frederick Full, Assistant Professor in the United States, recognized for this expertise in education technology, second language, extension, and the integration of immersive media in global education context. I also extend our Harvest Application Swadaya Gunung Jati Foundation Secretary and Treasurer, UGG Vice Rector, Head of UGG again, and institution, Deans of UGG Faculty, Head of Postgraduate Student UGG, all speaker, participation, and distinguished guests to have joined us for this significant action both offline and online. It is distinct honor and privilege for me to be part of this important international forum such as 2025, organized by the Faculty of Education and Science of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati Cirebon. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee for the invitation and correcting short, intimate, and crucial theme for today's academic dialogues. The topic of this conference, digital transformation in education, bridging technology and social session for a sustainable future, invites us not only to explore the distribution in digital tools, but also to deeply reflect on how education system must transfer holistically, technologically, pedagogically, and social. Ladies and gentlemen, digital information in education is not longer a future again. in its hour pestilency. However, technology alone is never sufficient. It is merely an enabler. What matters most who manages technology, ensuring that it's not alienatingly, but instead foster inclusivity, critical thinking, and resiliency in our education communication. Herein lies the crucial role of the social science, while digital tool revolutions how we teach, social accession remain as we teach to nature, ethical, empathetic, and social responsibility individual. To build in truly sustainable education future, we must bridge these two domains, the precision of technology with the purpose of humanity. At UGG, we strongly believe in education that is grounded in local wisdom yet globally relevant. Our commitment to this transformation is reflected in our international disciplinary approach to curriculum, research, collaboration, and community engagement program. We aim to produce graduates we are not only digitally competent but also socially conscious and civically engaged. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated digital adaptation in affordable ways, yet it also export deep innovation. This is sobering reminder that access to technology does not equate to destiny of education. Therefore, a just digital transformation must include investment in infrastructure, digital literacy, pedagogical resilience, and inclusive policy, especially for medical growth and under-resourced regions. Colleges and following educators. Let this conference be more than an exchange of ideas. Let us be catalyst of collaborative innovation across disciplines, across nation, and across generation. Let us forgive participation that bridges theory and practice, research and implementation, digital power and human value. In conclusion, encourage all participants to think critically, dialogue openly, and collaborate meaningfully. May this conference inspire us all to create an education system that is also digitally educated, but also socially sustainable, morally grounded, and future ready. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sebelum saya sambutan mengakhiri ini, perkenankan saya membacakan pantun. Ke pasar beli buah mangga, buahnya manis segar terasa. Selamat datang para peserta seminar. Semoga seminar ini penuh manfaat dan ceria. Ke pasar beli buah durian, durian rahrum menggoda hati. Selamat seminar dimulai dengan semangat dan senyuman. Jangan lupa bawa pulang ilmu yang sangat berarti. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, sebelum saya tutup dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya buka seminar internasional di Fakultas Pendidikan saya ini dengan berharap ridho Allah Subhanahu wa taala.
Following this, we will hear the keynote speech delivered by the chairman of the Swadaya Gunung Jati Educational Foundation to the Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo, DRS MSI. We respectfully invite you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Amma ba'du. Honorable Rector, Vice Rectors, Deans, Director of the Postgraduate Program, and heads of institutes and agencies within UGJ, distinguished invited speakers, esteemed colleagues, and participants of Teachers 2025 who attend offline and online. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you Allah and give peace and blessing to the great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Peace be upon you all. May harmony and wisdom be with us in this forum of minds and hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by expressing my deep appreciation to the organizing committee for this important academic gathering. It is truly an honor to share touch with you all on a topic that defines the present and future of education, digital transformation. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, the title I have chosen today, From Tools to Transformations, reflects a concern that is both conceptual and practical. We often speak about digitalization in education in terms of tools, gadgets, platforms, learning management systems. These are necessary, but they are not sufficient. As Tony Bates wrote, higher education institutions that do not undertake digital transformation are not just lazy, they are preparing to be left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, but what often gets overlooked in this transformation is not just about tools. It is about values, about vision, and about systems. The digital transformation means rethinking the way we teach, the way we learn, the way we lead. It is a call for pedagogical, organizational, and cultural reinvention. Next, ladies and gentlemen, in many universities, especially in developing countries, the digital turn is often misunderstood as mere modernization. Let's install smart boards. Let's move classes online. Let's subscribe to new software. But this approach reduces transformations into transaction. Digital transformation is not simply a matter of digitizing analog processes. It is about reimagining education from the ground up. It demands a new mindset where technology is not the center, but a catalyst that serves human learning, not replaces it. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to an important point. The need to bridge technology with social sciences. Technology is neutral. Its value depends on how we use it. And more importantly, why we use it. In an age of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and algorithmic logic, we must ask, are we teaching our students to think critically and ethically? Are we using digital platform to amplify inclusion and empathy? Or are we designing education for efficiency or for equity? As Shoshana Zuboff reminds us, she said, the digital revolution is not just about technology. It's about how we live, how we relate, and who we become. Ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation must be accompanied by ethical transformation, rooted in human dignity and social responsibility. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a practical story from where I serve. Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, UGJ. We are regional private university in small city, Cirebon, West Java, Indonesia. We may not be large, but we are deeply committed to transformation. We have launched a movement called Campus Digital, Dosen Digital. It means digital campus, digital faculty. This initiative includes comprehensive digital training for our lecturers, because change starts with the teachers, of course. Upgrading infrastructure, for example, replacing traditional whiteboards with Google TVs. Reforming our curriculum, integrating digital literacy, data fluency, and critical thinking as essential skills. Ladies and gentlemen, but more than that, we are cultivating a digital learning ecosystem, of course. One that is not only high-tech, but also high-touch, rich in values, interaction, and purpose. At UGJ, we believe transformation lies in the tools, but in how we reshape learning to them. Ladies and gentlemen, next. What then is the purpose of all this change. According to UNESCO's 2022 report on the future of education, sustainable learning must enable students to learn to know, learn to be, learn to live together, and learn to transform. This framework urges us to go beyond content delivery and toward character development, collaborative spirits, and civic courage. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability in education is not just about surviving future challenges, but saving them. It is about preparing students to thrive as human beings, not merely as professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing my presentation, we are living through a moment of great complexity, but also great possibility. Alvin Toffler once said, "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn." This is the essence of transformation. We must teach our students to adaptive, reflective, and ethical. But first, we must lead by example as institutions, as educators, and as change agents. Let us move from tools to transformation. Let us reimagine education that is inclusive, human-centered, and future-proof. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We kindly ask the chairman of the foundation to remain on stage for the next agenda, this presentation of appreciation gift and certificate to our speakers.
Kami mohon untuk Profesor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo DRS MSI untuk tetap berada di atas panggung. We invite all speakers who are present on site to come forward to the stage. We also request the chairman of the foundation and director to come forward to receive the certificate from the Dean of Faculty of Education and Science, Dr. Haji Endang Herawan DRS MM.
The chairman of Swadaya Gunung Jati Educational Foundation, Profesor Dr. Haji Mukarto Siswoyo DRS MSc, as keynote speaker. Director of Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Ahmad Fakih SPMM, IPU CRR as keynote speaker. The Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Rozak, MPD from Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati. The Honorable Professor Lindi Tan from Western Sydney University as invited speaker. The Honorable Mr. Wazir Ali, MA, MED, MPhil from Ministry of Education Pakistan as invited speaker. We now invite the university leaders, vice rectors, heads of institutions and bodies, deans, and the graduate program director to join us for the group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause. Ladies and gentlemen, you may back to your seat. Everyone, please raise from your seat for the group photo session. Hadirin dimohon berdiri untuk sesi foto bersama. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated.
The honorable guests, let us now enjoy Tari Topeng performance by the Elementary Teacher Education or PGSD students from the Faculty of Education and Science. Please welcome them to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the first sessions of the Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science 2025 presentation, which will be moderated by Mr. Henry Wanto, SPD MPD. Allow me to briefly read his CV before we invite him to the stage. Henry Wanto is a lecturer in English Education FPS UGJ. He graduated his undergraduate degree from Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati. His master degree is from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. He is now studying a PhD in second language studies at Michigan State University, the United States. To him, we invite.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the Cirebon International Conference on Education and Science 2025. My name is Henry Wanto. I'm a faculty member in English Education at Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati, and I'd like to be the moderator to the first plenary session 1. And I'm also doing a PhD in Michigan State University with Dr. Fred Poole. In this plenary session 1, we are honored to have three incredible speakers who will share with us some interesting topics about education in general, emerging AI, technology, and the current issue of teacher education in particular. Let me to mention the three of our speakers. Our first speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Lindy Tan from Western Sydney University, Australia. Good morning and welcome, Lindy. The stage is yours. Would you like to come, please? And next, we have Mr. Wazir Ali from Minister of Education, Pakistan. Good morning and welcome. Stage is yours, please. And we also have Dr. Fred Poole from Michigan State University, United States. Right now, he's joining us virtually on Zoom. Hi, Fred. Hi, Fred. Good morning. Hi, Fred. Good morning. Yeah. Okay. And all right, without further ado, I'd like to invite our first speaker to start her presentation. Lindy, you will have 15 minutes, and I'll give you a reminder when you have 5 minutes left. But before that, we begin. Let me quickly introduce your CV. Dr. Lindy Tan is an associate professor at Western Sydney University. Her research focuses on digital literacy, teacher education, and emerging technology like augmented reality and the current issue like generative AI. It's something people are talking about that. And she also led a national project in Australia and support teacher development across South Asia. In terms of international fellowship, she served as associate editor in pedagogy journal Scopus Indexes and also has worked as guest editor for linguistics and education. Alright, Dr. Lindy is a very incredible moment. We have a good student, we have a good lecturer in Indonesia. We talk about, and Fred will join us together, and Mr. Wazir. So, time is yours. You can go. Good.
Let me try this. Is it clear? Selamat pagi semua. I must have said it right then. Makasih atas sambutannya. Nama saya Dr. Lindy Tan dari Western Sydney University. Did I get it right? Thanks to my PhD student who taught me. So, just in case I did not say it correctly, let me greet you in English. So, good morning everyone. Thank you for your warm welcome. My name is Lindy from Western Sydney University, and I'm really honored to be here in person to share with you my thoughts on evocative objects. I think my slide will be up soon. So I named my keynote Evocative Objects in Digital Learning Lives, Thinking with Emerging Technologies, and of course, Generative AI. I'll just wait for the presentation to be up. Yeah? So next slide, please. So this term, evocative objects, is not coined by me. I'm not so smart. It's a term coined by Sherry Tuckle in 2007, and in her influential work, Evocative Objects, Things We Think With, she defined evocative objects as everyday objects that spark emotional and intellectual engagement. In a nutshell, evocative objects are companions to our emotional lives, or as provocations to thoughts, okay? So for example, if I have a photograph of the pictures I've taken with Indonesian colleagues, that photograph is an evocative object to me. It reminded me of things I've learned in Indonesia and the good times I've had in Indonesia. Provocations to thought. Just for example, the video recordings I've taken of the dance. It made me think about intercultural understanding. Different ways cultural have a means to honor a guest who is here in Indonesia, and we may not necessarily share some cultural practices. These that I take away with me when I leave home tomorrow. They are provocations to thoughts. Can I have the next slide, please? So evocative objects, they have roles in our lives. They have active life presences. Now, in 2022, I co-edited a book with my good friend, Professor Bomi Kim from University of Calgary in Canada. And we co-edited this book called Design Praxeology and oh gosh, I haven't had enough coffee. Phenomenology. See, that's why I need strong coffee in the morning. So we had at least 10 good case studies, and we studied how people use different forms of technology to do design work in architecture, in biology, in education technology, in graffiti, etc., etc. And I would like to build on Sherry Tuckle's argument about evocative object and further explain to you what kind of active life presences evocative objects play in our daily lives. And there are 4 based on my review of those case studies that are featured in our book. First of all, evocative objects, they do play a role in cognitive dimension of our learning lives. They are tools that make visible our reasoning and facilitate knowledge construction. The affective dimension, what causes the emotional investment in our learning. They are often intertwined with memory, identity, and lived experience, and evoke that emotional investment that we associate with that lived experience. And of course, the dialogic dimension. They evoke, or rather they mediate collaborative thinking and provide that prompt to further dialogues with others, the way we engage with one another's ideas, and also prompt that inner dialogue that we should have with ourselves. And lastly, the situated dimension. Evocative objects reminds us that learning is contextual and embodied. They are deeply bound to the situations or environments that we find ourselves in. Next slide. And today I'm going to show you 3 examples from my research, and all 3 stem from a social semiotic perspective. Unfortunately, we don't have the time and space to talk about social semiotics, maybe next year. But in a nutshell, this perspective helps me to stay grounded in a way meaning making takes place across different modalities. Next. So when I think about digital technology from social semiotic perspective, can I have the next slide? Digital technology is understood as semiotic technology. It means that we will look at how meaning-making potentials are built into the technology through various semiotic words, through images, whether they are static or they are moving, through space, through gestures, etc., and so forth. Next slide. So how do I understand digital technology as semiotic technology and at the same time as evocative object? Well, first of all, both perspectives frame digital technologies not as neutral tools. Okay? They position learning as situated, multimodal, and distributed across modes and materials. Both conceptions emphasize the role of agency in meaning making. So when you use technology, it does not automate learning. How to put it? It does not always guarantee learning. Okay, without teachers' scaffolding and conscious design of the learning experience, if I can paraphrase it that way. So next slide. The next slide shows an example from a project that I had completed in 2022, and that is a national project on using augmented reality in primary education. So in this example, I used an AR app called Thing, T-H-Y-N-G. Now the students are really young, 6 to 7 years old, and they were going around the school and reimagine school spaces from their lens. What could happen in this space if they had the power? Whose stories should they tell? Based on that theme, what objects, what people, what conversations could they possibly hear? So Thing gave them a repository of 2D and 3D virtual content and characters that allow them to have digital storytelling. Now, we are not replacing traditional literacy with digital literacy. So the use of AR in this case augments current practices. So you can see in the screenshot, the students have to think for themselves which part of the narrative is best represented in words, in drawings, okay? And which part is best represented in the AR experience, which later they turn it into a video and then shared using a QR code. And all these are put together in a printed book, which is a joint construction by the teacher and the whole class. So in terms of cognitive dimension, the students learn about spatial literacy. They learn about what to do and how to do with words, images, space, and so forth. So in other words, we're teaching them multimodal literacies. So that multisensory and multimodal engagement afforded that affective dimension because they're highly immersed, not just in emotional engagement, but in an embodied multisensory experiences that allows them to have very rich productive dialogues with the teacher. And here, that's where we introduce a language to talk about language. We call it meta-language. How do things happen with words, with images? And we want them to think critically about all these modal affordances. And also, situated learning, because they have to give meanings to a place in socially and culturally situated meanings. And when meanings are attributed to that space, space actually become place. It has some attachment to them. Next slide. In the next example is a pretty similar example about digital multimodal compositions, but a different context. And this is where I draw on my ongoing project in Taiwan with the College of Foreign Languages and Literature in Fujian Catholic University. Now, we wanted to try introducing multimodal literacies where students, bachelor students, are learning foreign languages. So in this example, it's about using GIS story maps, where Japanese students, okay, or rather Taiwanese students learning Japanese, okay, learning to create, learning to use Japanese language, not just to use the language, not just to learn about the language, but about Japan. the historical events of Japan, the people, the culture. So you can imagine there's the cognitive dimension in terms of language outcomes, multimodal literacy outcomes. There are dialogues where they have to talk about the people, talk about the culture, talk about the language, talk about the representation. There's also a affective dimension where they make meaningful connections to the places in Japan and to the memories of individuals linked to historical events in the narratives. And of course, all these are situated because the students have to map the stories onto specific cultural and physical locations. And in that way, they encode their learning in lived experience as well as local knowledge. The next example is on generative AI. Example 3, please. Next slide. It's an ongoing project, and the paper is being reviewed at the moment. And generative AI, and I know Wazi's going to speak more about that. Now, we all know that current research has shown that generative AI can support student learning in English and many other ways, especially English as a foreign language, enhancing students' writing, strengthening their self-regulated learning, etc., through interactive text-based dialogues. So that's cognitive and dialogic dimensions of learning. There's also evidence in some studies that generative AI can reduce learner anxiety, and in some studies boost motivation, impacting the affective dimension of learning. Now, the situated nature of learning with AI is really important because Gen AI generated texts don't hold meaning on their own, okay? Gen AI outputs aren't fixed truths. They are based on dynamic interactions run by algorithm and statistical probability. So the situated nature is the potential educational bit, but at the same time, the risky bit. Now, without saying more, that is one example from my ongoing studies where Professor Yi Chung Jang from Guangdong University of Foreign Studies and I compared the cultural models and bias between ChatGPT and Ernie Bot in China. Now, this is one example from my data set where I gave ChatGPT 3 standardized prompts about culturally and linguistically responsive teaching. Now, can you see that setting? Sorry, can we still have that slide? It's not that kind of learning environment that you see in Indonesia. Very Western, yeah? Students are in groups. I can tell you, if you have a chance to visit Australian classrooms, we wear uniforms. The children come in uniforms. But over here, cultural diversity is represented in many different clothes related to diverse ethnicity. Sort of a superficial representation of what cultural diversity means, and there's no way of really representing adequately linguistic diversity. Cultural diversity is superficially represented using visual cues and classroom artifacts like flags. Okay, sometimes we see that, but really on the wall we have more things than that. So cultural bias are embedded with dominant ideologies that you and I may not necessarily align ourselves with. And that's the bit about critical literacy that we need to introduce to our students. Next slide. I know my time is running out and I'm trying not to look in this direction. So I'm going to leave with you 3 key considerations in terms of designing learning experiences. Next slide. So when we talk about digital technologies as evocative objects, now they can be very powerful cognitive artifacts, a term from learning sciences, if they are used to extend reasoning, scaffold, critical thinking skills, and complex thinking. But if you don't guide our students are going to end up with a cognitive debt, a term borrowed from psychology, which means we outsource the thinking to generative AI. And if we are not careful, our students will be shallow in the thinking, bypass deep understanding, leading to high dependency on generative AI or unintegrated biased knowledge over time. So that's a danger. How do we use Gen AI? As cognitive artifact or allow our students to incur the cognitive debt? Next slide. And increasingly, materiality is very important when we think about education technologies. Knowledge creation and materiality are inseparable. And particularly in the case of generative AI, as we mentioned, is an increasing algorithmic mediated learning. The back-end manipulation of the training data, the dynamic interactions between the developer, us, and the generative AI is so dynamic behind our visible eyes that if we are not careful, again, it can lead to undesirable learning that we do not want. So evocative objects, they are important because they also carry the traces of our learning practices embedded in our everyday lives. And that makes us think about how we are being shaped in the role of a teacher and how we in turn shape the role of a learner when we use tools to design our learning experiences. I gave a lecture yesterday to talk about interactive futures, and if you have a chance, get hold of the lectures where I expand more about that inseparable relationship between knowledge creation and materiality. And the third implication, next slide please. There's something really close to my heart and in my ongoing research. Again, evocative objects need to be culturally and linguistically responsive, and that's when they are pedagogically powerful. And in my ongoing project where my colleagues and I are developing and training chatbots to be culturally responsive, it is really hard because by default, those are easily available free chatbot like ChatGPT, we know that it's not culturally responsive. So when our pre-service teachers use it, they might again be misguided. Or if it's used to increase student experience, whoever that is taking care of that chatbot may not understand or appreciate the diverse cultural assets my international students are bringing to learning. And that's what we hope to achieve. All right? And if you have a chance to go to my LinkedIn, I welcome contributions where I want to talk about education justice. How can we close the gap in digital exclusion to be a bit more inclusive and responsive to diverse cultural and linguistic backgrounds of our learners. So, in conclusion, I would like to leave 3 reflections with you. Next slide. What objects are your thought companions? Is it ChatGPT? Is it your notebook, your camera, your phone, where you take notes? And some people are doing it now. Take photos. How are you going to connect things and thinking? You know, in my younger days where we have no technology, we print lots of articles, bound them in a file. Now, binding them in a file does not mean I have read those notes, isn't it? Okay? But it gives me that secure, psychological security. So think about how you can make connection between things and thinking. And lastly, what things matter to you. Okay? And with that, I want to thank you for being attentive, and I look forward to continuing this conversation with you later on. Thank you.
Plus, thank you, sir. That is a very wonderful presentation, very interesting. Have a seat, please. Okay, I would like to open the discussion. There's only one question. I want to limit, because we have a limited time. We can only give you one question to address to the Linditan. Please, both in Zoom or in person.
And if I don't know, I asked ChatGPT to answer.
Please, yeah. Please, the committee, please help to give the microphone. Or maybe you can come forward, please get it closer.
Okay, first let me introduce myself. My name is Septiasna Widadi. I'm from Indonesian Language and Literature Department. Let me, okay, talking about AI again, I'm still a little curious about this AI addiction. Almost all of us, whether it's student or even teacher, use AI to do everything, also even our academic assessment. Also, most of us believe in AI 100%. Like, how can everyone trust AI 100% when the CEO of GPT himself was confused as to why people trust AI? Like, we search and then copy it without studying it, because many people are like that in my class. Almost all of them. Technology advances are indeed very good and helpful, but without us realizing it, it makes our brain too spoiled and unable to think critically. For example, how can our students thinking critically when almost all students even ask AI first just to ask the question? It's like we are not the one who are curious about what we are learning, but like AI who curious and think critically. So, simple question from me. Is it still worth paying a lot of money for education, but all we learn is to operate an AI and make AI smarter than us? And do you have any solution to the AI addiction? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that wonderful question. Yeah. That's a good question. So Linda Tan, please respond that.
I wished you were in my guest lecture yesterday. Then you wouldn't have asked these questions. Now, if you remember my slide about the role of agency, in my household, AI is not encouraged. Not by me, by my son. He's 22 years old, becoming an animal doctor, a vet. And I got to explain to him why I use AI, because for me to talk about AI, the good and the bad, I need to play with AI. And that's the reason why I play with AI. Now the question to us is, why can't you stop? Who's stopping you? You have agency. And in a lot of design thinking, we use the word human in the loop. It's still important for human to have the oversight of what's happening. And we also need to be mindful about the negative side about using Gen AI, like what you mentioned, the addiction, the high dependency, cognitive debts. And I am very worried about environmental well-being, about the amount of carbon emission, the amount of electricity we will be using if we need big servers, to make sure that AI models are robust, use it fast. So who have control? So I don't like to talk in such a way as though I have no say when I use generative AI, for what purpose, and how. So I think those questions are things that you need to decide. So in yesterday's guest lecture, I talk about if we want to benefit our interactions with Gen AI, then you got to know how to talk with AI. So I gave some tips on how to do that. And also how to evaluate all the content generated by AI. My curious question is always, when do you stop that talk? With a physical person, it could be time. Sorry, Lindy, your time is up. Okay, stop. But with generative AI, I think you can have the say. So at what point will you stop the dialogues with generative AI? And the more we use it, the more AI developers going to create more. Don't you think so? So it's a consumer demand kind of model. So we've got to ask, who needs AI? For what purpose? Under what context? And do we have that boldness and agency to say, stop. We don't need to use AI for certain things, under certain contexts. That has always been my daily conversation in my house at dinner time. So you're welcome to join me at home tomorrow when I fly back to Sydney.
Is there any additional explanation? No?
Maybe get in touch with the organizer of the conference. Take a look at my guest lecture tomorrow, and easily you can Google me and you can find me, and happy to give you further tips.
Thank you so much. That's a very clear explanation regarding to that question. So thank you, Lindy Tan, for wonderful presentation. It's very interesting. It's very useful for us as teacher or teacher educators who wants to conduct about AI in current issue of teacher education. Now we are going to move on to our second speaker. I'd like to invite Mr. Wajir, but before that, let me briefly introduce your CV. Wajir Ali is a PhD research scholar at Universitas 11 Maret. His main research interests include educational policy, curriculum design, teacher development, school leadership, and digital education. He also served as a reviewer for several academic journals, including Scopus Indexed Publication. And Mr. Wajir Ali, you have 15 minutes for your presentation. And again, I'll remind you when you have 5 minutes left. Now the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Someone can fix it? Or I can have a mic. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. I am Wazir Ali. I'm from Pakistan, and I feel privileged to be here. So especially I'm very grateful to Dr. Ratna for inviting me. I'm grateful to the Dean and the Vice Rector for giving me this opportunity to be here. So this is also a learning opportunity for me as well, to be at a new place, to get engaged with the scholars, students and researchers all around the globe. So thank you so much. So today I'm going to talk about, if they can start my presentation. So today I'm going to talk about AI in teaching, how globally it has the influence, and why it is a topic of discussion everywhere. So as we know, as a student, as a researcher, as a scholar, the role of AI is enhancing Thank you. The role of AI is enhancing day by day. As we see, as a student, as a researcher, we are used to with AI. So AI has benefits, AI has some negative impacts. So today we are looking about at how AI is helping in teaching. So if we move towards our next slide. So AI is an emerging tool that is helping globally scholars, researchers to write, to understand the issues. As we see that a couple of years ago, before COVID, the role of AI was not that much in educational institutions. So it was all dependent on writing on blackboards or using writing papers or something like that. But now, as we see, the role of AI is enhancing in education sector everywhere. Students, even teachers, when they have to check the assignments, they are using AI. If they have to do lesson planning, so they have to use AI. For the administrative and management as well, so we use AI. Even if we see the traffic lights, so AI is helping us. So AI is everywhere in our life. So it is emerging and increasing, and it's our need as well, but we have to understand that if there are benefits, so there are negative impacts as well. So if we move towards our next slide. So AI in education, so artificial intelligence is helping everyone, and AI has so much usage in our pedagogical practices, and it helping students to write more flourish, more better way, and they could understand things very easily. It is making things more easier for them. So if we look at one survey, so it shows that 86% of students are using ChatGPT. So it is not like that if you think that you are not used to it. So most of the students are also have the engagement with AI tools, but mostly they go for the ChatGPT, Gemini, or few other things. So in a recent survey published in US, that most of 83% of their teachers are also using AI for educating, to incorporate different tools in education to get help. So this is not like that just this region is using AI, but entire world has a focus on AI. So these tools are helping in foundational instructions and lesson planning, like I have discussed earlier, that it is really helpful to make education more easier. If we, yeah. So they move very faster. We were at third slide. Slide 3. Yeah, after this. Yeah, this one. So if we look at AI, so if we see there are 4 different things which we are use so much AI in our educational institutions. First of all, it is really adaptive in tutoring. So AI really helps teachers to personalize learning for students, to make sure that they can understand the performance of students, and they can make sure what sort of lessons they make to be used in the classroom for engagement, and they can understand the performance of the students as well. Then it can be used for grading as well. So teachers use it for to understand their feedback, and it is used for writing purpose as well. It is used in the administrative support as well. So it is helping teachers to make different enrollments, scheduling of the classrooms, and different assignments like that. And it is helping in lesson planning as well. So teachers use it to make lesson plans and different tools. And it is helping to make sure that they could be helpful for rapid increasement of knowledge and enhancement of knowledge as well. So if we move to the next slide. Yeah. So if we look at here, so AI has different languaging tools, like most of the students in research, they use different languaging tools, or writing for the development of their writing, they use different tools, like as we have discussed about ChatGPT, Gemini, or other tools. They are very helpful. So they improve their learning, helping them to understand things better, and specifically they help them to make their assignments. Even teachers use those tools to use those assignments and help students to be engaged with them. And it really helps in curriculum development. Few years ago it was a manual thing, but now it becomes very easier if you have to make the curriculum. So you just have to discuss with the AI tools, and it really helps to help you to make a very helpful and flexible student-centered curriculum. And it is helping in assessing the digital literacy. It is very helpful for a teacher to know and keep the record of students, to understand that how they making some progress or not. So this is also helpful in this way. So, and this way it could be connected with the entire education system of the world. So you are not just focusing on one country's education system, but you are connected with entirely globally. You are having papers, you are having research. So if we can move to the next slide. So generative AI with different chatbots is really helpful, with especially the languaging models are very productive, which are saving teachers time and helping to adjust the content, whatever they need to teach, whatever they need to bring into the classroom. And it is also helping in social emotional things as well in the learning. And especially the augmented reality, AR and VR, are creating the environment that is bringing the 3D into the learning, and it is combining different things all together to make sure that lessons become more adaptive and innovative. And these tools are making education more engaging and progressive for the students and teachers both. If we can move to the next slide. So it is helping in the continuous learning process. Like we have been discussing, that AI is really helpful if you have been using it, and the platform is engaging students, providing help, and the feedback you receive from AI when you discuss the things with AI, so it brings more of things which you could not understand about yourself. So this way, when teachers use AI for students' lessons, they also get the help. So it has more efficiency rather than the human efficiency. So it is more helping, making teachers and students more productive. And it has automated actions for the institutions as well, that institutions are also relying on such AI tools and helping. And it has enhanced accuracy rather than simple we use in the examination system, in the written examination. So it is also helping education system to enhance the accuracy as well. If we move to the next slide. So the future is about AI, and as we see that Fourth Indian Institute resolution has brought so much advancement in education. So as we see that everything has become digitalized. Now our entire education system is going to be digitalized. We are not using any paperwork or something. So our assignments, our quiz, our presentations, even our classes are also become digital and online. So this is also helping us to save the time, like two of the speakers are offline here, but mostly are the online, so they could be engaged from anywhere of the world. So AI is providing support to the teachers. So AI is not going to replace teachers, but few people think that AI can replace teachers. No, it cannot replace, but it can help teachers to enhance the learning environment. And teachers have to be smart as well for the digital literacy and to make the curriculum and to support the entire education system. So if we move to the next slide. Now, this is something we have to see that the AI, the usage of AI and the tools which mostly students use. So if we see in the graph, so we see that most of the students rely on ChatGPT, then there is other different tools like Grammarly is there, Duolingo is there, then DeepSeek is increasing, and Google Translation and Canva. So this is something that students are used to with the AI tools, and the engagement has been rapidly increasing. So if we move to the next slide. So if we see that artificial intelligence in higher education, so there are different parameters that it is helping to detect the plagiarism, it is helping to understand the exam integrity, and chatbots which are used for enrollment, and then learning management system, academic research, and analyzing students' access. So it is depend that how we are going to use AI in our education system and how it is really helpful. So it is not just, it can just help you to write something, but it can really help you to manage your entire education system. So it is really productive and helpful to be engaged with this. So if we move to the next slide. So the future of learning with AI. So globally, the use of AI is increasing day by day. It is empowering teachers and helping students as well. And there is a human and AI collaboration in education system for personalized learning, data-driven, enable education system goals. So it depends that how much we benefit from AI rather than being dependent on the AI. So we have not to be dependent on AI, but to make sure that we have to keep it in our learning pace. So if we move our last slide. So with the benefits, there are few challenges of AI as well. So we have to look at how much AI we are going to use and how much it could be flexible for us. So we have to make sure that we learn from AI, but we could not be dependent, or we could not be in a dilemma that just AI could be there. And whenever we submit our assignments, so they must be written by AI. But we just take some help from AI. So then it could has the privacy issues as well, and it could mislead to the sensitive information as well. So we have to make sure that we could not be as dependent on AI, but in a lenient way we use it and understand. And then we have to use AI with the ethical ways. We have to make our bias on one side to discuss things and make sure that it does not impact student or teachers and the educational environment. So this way we can make sure that AI is too helpful. So in the end, I will say that AI is a tool which is going to help us. AI is not a tool which is going to take the place of teacher. Teacher could not be replaced until the education system is here. So we have to make sure that we equip our teacher with all the tools which are required for the education system. So that could be really beneficial for our education system, our students, and our teachers. So with this note, I will say thank you. Thank you so much. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Give applause. Yes, yes. What about this mic? It is very clear. That is very interesting topic about AI in education and general, how we use AI as a teacher. So now I would like to open the question from the participant in person, but in a Zoom, please. If you have any question, you can use Bahasa Indonesia and I can translate your question into English. If you feel free to please using Bahasa Indonesia if you want. But okay, please. Oh yeah. Please go ahead or come forward, getting closer.
Cek.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. I will talk in Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Sure, please.
Saya mau, I found article in Kuyong Pan Kuyong in Zhenjiang University in China. He talked about three paradigm in learning. One paradigm is AI directed or learning as receive, pembelajar hanya sebagai penerima. Yang kedua, two paradigm AI supported or learning as collaborative. And three paradigm AI empowering, learning as a leader. I want to talk in Indonesia, people or many many students posisi belajarnya itu hanya sebatas paradigma pertama, yaitu learning as a receiver. Jadi pembelajar hanya sebagai penerima, artinya bahwa kita belum bisa menjadi dua paradigma yang tadi, yaitu learning as a supporting atau learning as collaborator and learners as a leader. How about your opinion about three paradigm here to teaching, building learning to learning as collaborator and learning as leader? Thank you.
Okay, that's a very good question from Pak Toto. Okay, let me to translate into English so you can answer that question. The question is that when he read one article about the teaching paradigm, there are three teaching paradigm. The one is just receptive learning, just we receive everything from ChatGPT or from AI. And the second paradigm is about how we can use AI as collaborator. And the third paradigm is how we can use AI as the leaders. But in Indonesian context, most of the students rely on as receptive only. So what do you think? Do you have any idea about that paradigm? How to improve the kind into the second or the third paradigm? Thank you. Yeah. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful question. Now we have to understand that AI is here to help us. But rather taking help from AI, we started being dependent on AI. So when we become dependent on something, so obviously we will be addictive to that thing. If we have to make an assignment, if we will read something about that from some research website or few research papers, obviously we would be able to understand the basic phenomena or the basic question which we have to answer. Now we just take the assignment which is given by the teacher and we put it to the ChatGPT or the AI language tool, and that is giving us the answers and we are submitting to that, because just to save the time and run away and to enjoy. So I feel that we must not be that much dependent that if someone asks about my assignment that what I have written inside and I have no idea because I have written it from somewhere just without doing any hard job. So if we want to be progressive, if we want to make our life more easier, so we have to make sure that we just use AI to get some help. Before that, we have to do our homework, we have to do our assignment by ourselves. So when we will do that, so this way AI can make us in the leadership role. But if we want AI in the collaborative, so okay, that's also fine. So if you do your task and some task would be done by AI. But if we will be dependent 100% on AI, so maybe you can finish your degree or you can get a job, but you cannot be successful in your life. So if you want to be successful in your life, so you have to aim big and you have to think. You have to read, you have to write, you have to discuss. Because with discussion you can learn so much. And when you discuss with AI, with your knowledge, so your assignment could be more better than the students those just had done. Because you can use AI to improve the language. You can AI to improve the paper you have written. But if you haven't done any job before, so AI could not help you to do anything in a better way. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oke, ya. Dalam penjelasan Mr. Wajir ada beberapa respon bahwa kehadiran AI bisa meningkatkan produktivitas kehidupan, produktivitas cara kita mengerjakan tugas dan produktivitas kita dalam mengajar. So there's the answer from the Wazir that AI is very useful for us in human life. Okay, I think we are gonna to move on to the third speaker. Thank you for sharing, Wazir. Okay, all right. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving on to our third speaker. I'd like to invite Dr. Frederick Poole, but before that, let me quickly introduce his CV. Dr. Frederick Poole is an assistant professor in Master of Arts in Foreign Language Teaching program at Michigan State University, United States. He holds PhD in Instructional Technology and Learning Science and a Master of Second Language Teaching from Utah State University. His research interests include technology for assessing second language literacy skills, generative AI in teaching assistant and assessment tools, games for second language learning and teaching, and also a classroom dynamics. And for today, Fred will be talking about using the PICRAT or PICRAT framework to transfer English language teaching. Dr. Fred, you have 15 minutes for your presentation, and I'll remind you when you have 5 minutes left. Fred, you are please.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum. And thank you for having me here today. I'm so excited and honored to be here to give this presentation. Can you guys hear me all right over there? Does it sound okay?
Yes, we can see your framework, but I can see your, what is your video?
You can see my video or can't?
I can see your screen, but where is your face?
Oh, I think the moderator will need to fix that for me to do both. Oh, host highlighted. You should be able to see me now, it looks like. Is that correct?
Is there any, how to show? Oh, cool, please, thank you.
There we go. All right, we good?
Good.
So, yes, thank you everybody. And as I said earlier, I'm honored to be here. This is my first presentation in Indonesia. So I'm super excited to see so many people here to talk about this important conversation or this important topic. So as Henry mentioned, I will be talking about using the PICRAT framework to transform English language teaching with AI. So, as Henry mentioned, I'm an assistant professor at Michigan State University, where I teach in the Masters of Foreign Language Teaching program. For a little bit of a background, I work primarily with in-service language teachers. And so in-service language teachers, like the rest of us, have had a lot of questions about how we can use AI in our teaching. And for me, coming from a background in instructional technology and learning sciences, we have often relied on instructional integration or technology integration frameworks to help guide us. And so today I'm going to introduce that to sort of illustrate how that can give us some practical ideas on how we can use these tools to improve our language teaching practices. Now, as the last speaker mentioned, AI doesn't need any introduction. It's being used everywhere. You can find it in Duolingo, you can find it in Quizlet, all of our Google sites have it. It's in Microsoft. A newcomer is a video game that's using it. It's used in your iPhone, in the hospitals, in businesses. Even my father, who's 70 years old and works in construction, is having to learn how to use AI right now. And we know that AI can do a lot. As many of us have already talked, we can use it to create songs, it can be a conversation partner, you can use it for programming, to build a game. That's not all. We can create images, clone voices, create music, and personalized LLMs. Now, all of this sounds great, but what happens here is that it's a bit overwhelming for our teachers. A lot of times we ask, what do we do with all of this? Where do we even start? It just seems too much to even know where to begin. And this is where the technology integration frameworks come in. So one of the more famous integration technology, or one of the more famous technology integration frameworks is the SAM-R model. Now the SAM-R model stands for substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition. So here, if we imagine a person who is wondering what's in the ocean, they could use the new technology, the boat, to explore the ocean a bit more. But this would be an act of substitution because it doesn't change how we're interacting with this activity of exploring the ocean. We're still viewing it from a very superficial way. Now, augmentation is going to add a slight functional improvement. So if we're snorkeling, we can see a little better, but we're still largely on the surface. Once we move to modification, this is allowing for significant task redesign. So this is allowing us to maybe go a little bit deeper. And then finally, redefinition is allowing us to do things that we wouldn't previously be able to do. Now, I know I said this is the SAM-R model, and we are talking about the PIC-RAT model, but I feel it's important to start with SAM-R because this is kind of what really got tech integration frameworks started. So an example of a writing assignment that we might do in English. Without technology, we might handwrite a paper, or we might even typewrite it, right? Now, we could also just have our students write that same paper in a Google Doc or on a Word or on Pages, and this would act as a substitution. Now, it's important to note that for a substitution, it's not saying that there is no benefits of it, but the benefits tend to be pure efficiency. So instead of having to walk around the classroom and pick up each of the papers, they're already online for me to view. It's also probably a little bit easier for me to edit if I do it on paper rather than on a typewriter. But in large part, the activity remains the same. Now, if I allow my students to use things like spell check, the thesaurus, or to insert images, now this starts to augment slightly the activity that we're doing before. We can get more accurate vocabulary, more accurate grammar. Now, once we get into modification, we might be doing things like collaboratively writing. This is significantly modifying the activity. It is no longer me sitting by myself and writing, but now I have to consider what my co-author might be writing. And my co-author's writing might actually impact how I write and the ideas that I get. Now, redefinition would be allowing us to do something that we didn't think previously possible. So because we're writing on Google Docs, maybe we can now publish a blog that can actually be read by somebody. Maybe we can use this to create a podcast or do a number of other things given these technological tools that we have. So this leads us into PIC-RAT. Now, I like PIC-RAT over SAM-R for a few reasons. First, the PIC-RAT, the second part of it, the RAT, does something similar to SAM-R in which we look at the activity that we are designing with and we ask, is this replacing an activity that I do without this tool, similar to a substitution? Second, the second one is amplification, which is going to be similar to augmentation and modification. Sometimes thinking about whether an activity has been augmented or modifying can be somewhat difficult to determine, as there's a lot of overlap here. So I like that we've simplified this with the PICRAT model and that we just have amplification. And now in the PICRAT, instead of calling it a redefinition, we call it transformation. We are completely transforming the activity to do something new. So in some ways, this simplifies the activity. Now on the other side of the PICRAT, the PIC part, we're now asking what the learner is doing in this activity. Is the learner a passive recipient of this knowledge? Or are we asking them to interact with this knowledge and engage with it? And then finally, the C stands for being creative, but not creative in the sense of creativity as much as it is creating something. We can see these three in the communication modes, which would be interpretive, would be reading, listening, interpersonal, which would be sort of this spontaneous dialogic interaction, or presentational, which is this one-way communication where we are producing a presentation of some sort. And once we bring the PICRAT together, we can have a matrix that we can use to reflect on the activities that we are designing with AI. So we can see that there may be activities in which we are replacing something that we would have traditionally done in the classroom, and our students are engaging with the material in a passive way. Or we can move up diagonally along this framework to where we get to an activity in which we're asking our students to be creators of content and material using a somewhat transformative activity. Now, I want to emphasize here that as you can see up here, there's worse to better, worse to better. I personally don't necessarily believe that we're moving from worse to better, as there are some activities that are passive replacements that are very good activities. They do increase efficiency, and some passive activities are very good for our language learners. But importantly, we should be considering, we should have a nice mix of activities in our classroom that allows our students to engage at each one of these levels. And so this is a framework for guiding how we choose to use AI going forward. Now, with that said, I want to explore a few of the things that we can do with AI, and ChatGPT in particular, that would fall under the replacement, amplification, and transformation frameworks for each one of these. So the first one I'll start with is replacement. Now, for replacement, one of the most obvious things that we might start with is just generating text for our language classrooms. This doesn't change our activity as much. It changes where our content comes from, but it doesn't change the activity that we're engaging in. Now, where this is still somewhat nice is that it does give us a boost in efficiency. Instead of having to find all of these texts, we can very quickly create texts that are somewhat similar to each other. So in a traditional classroom where we might just have this dialogue, now we can take this dialogue and ask GPT to generate a Twitter thread about this conversation, or maybe a blog post about this conversation, or maybe an email written to a friend. Very quickly, we can get 4 or 5 different texts so that our students can experience genre differences around the same topic. This is also very good for language learning, as we're getting lots of repetition in the same area, but we're making that repetition somewhat novel, and so we're increasing interest in it. It also allows us to get creative in the type of text that we use. One of the things that I love doing in my language classrooms is having students read about apartments in other countries. But these can be quite time-consuming to go and find and create. But very quickly, we can start creating apartment ads for designing activities in our classrooms to have students read about which apartment they want to rent and why they want to rent that one and how it compares to their own apartment. We can also do this with products and having students read about different products and then rating those products and whether or not they want to buy that product or not. We can have them ranking the commentary based off of positive to negative. There's a number of activities that we can do very quickly when we start using these, even from a replacement perspective. Now, it's important that, and as many speakers have said up to this point, the teacher's pedagogical knowledge is still extremely important. We're not just generating any text, but we need to be very specific about what we hope to get out of that text. One of the best things that we can do is to start with an authentic material and then simplify it. And that way we can help avoid some of the biases that are inherent in these models, because we have chosen the material that we're going to be working with. And we're just going to ask it to make it a little bit easier for our learners, right? We can also do things like narrow readings, where we take an authentic text, we simplify it, and then within a narrow reading, we make multiple copies of that simplified text. For each version that we make a few differences, maybe 5 or 6 differences. Here, I have bolded the differences in version B versus version A. Now, in this task, students are going to read version A, and then they're going to read version B, and try to find what is different about them. So again, we're encouraging repeated reading, which is getting more exposure to vocabulary and context, and phrases in context, but we're doing so with novel texts. So there's a reason to continue reading it. It's not just for the purpose of learning, but for finding these differences. Many scholars have argued that we should be using things called elaborated readings, where instead of simplifying the authentic text, we maintain the authenticity of the text by adding more simplified language around the language in the text. So here, this is a quote from Don Quixote. In short, his wits being quite gone. So wits being quite gone might be a difficult phrase for a learner. And instead of simplifying that, I'm going to add in additional text around it to help my learner understand what it means. He had lost his ability to think clearly. These are things that we can teach ChatGPT to do quite quickly, and very efficiently we can have a whole set of texts that are designed and adapted for our learners. We can also do this for generating tasks and activities. Most of the time when I'm working with my teachers in the US here for language learning, I suggest that they don't use ChatGPT to generate lessons, as lessons it's too large or too broad, and you give too much opportunities for things to go wrong. Rather, we should be using it to generate specific activities and tasks. But when doing this, as you'll notice over here, I usually tell GPT a whole set of principles that I have for designing activities. So for a task, I need to know who's involved in the tasks. What are their motives? What is the objective? I need to contextualize the activity in a setting. Where are we at? I need to place a time limit, a preference of, I need to have preferences, limits of reality. There's a number of things that go into the design or the generating of this task to ensure that it is of good quality. And this is where your expertise as a teacher comes in. And again, all of this is a use of ChatGPT in a way that replaces what we already do, but maybe a little bit quicker. So this next section goes into an amplification. And an amplification, again, is going to be where the activity now is going to be slightly enhanced. It's going to be maybe better than what we could have done without this tool. So one of the first things that comes to mind for amplifications is being able to do comparison tasks. Being able to generate very specific text types based off of our needs is something that we wouldn't have been able to do before. And because we can do this, we can now allow our students to make interesting comparisons between maybe how they wrote an email and how ChatGPT wrote an email. It's not to say that one is better than the other, but these comparisons do allow us to have some self-reflection on why we chose certain words and maybe why ChatGPT chose other words. We can do comparisons between a textbook dialogue and a dialogue that GPT tries to imitate it with. We could ask GPT to make that dialogue even more authentic and have our students identify what makes ChatGPT think the dialogue is more authentic. This helps our learners not only develop some AI literacies, but it also helps us draw attention to key forms that are going to be, thought of as more authentic. In terms of writing, we can scaffold the writing process. To me, this is a huge thing for our writers and even for our speakers. So imagine that we're having our students write a paper about the benefits and harms of social media. Well, one of the hardest things for me to start writing is giving a starter sentence. I need that first sentence, and then I can start writing a lot. So we can ask GPT to give us 10 example starter sentences. And then as a teacher in the classroom, we can have our students comparing those starter sentences. Which one's the best? Which one's the worst? Why? Which one do you want to start writing with? What drew you to that one, right? This is not only helping us expand on our writing abilities, but it's also giving us a great starting place for considering the role of starter sentences. In the same sense, we can ask GPT, what are the 10 most important words for this topic? And then I can reflect on my writing. Did I include those 10 words? Why not? Maybe I shouldn't have if my point was something else, but maybe if these are the 10 most important words, they should have appeared somewhere in my writing. Similarly, we could say, what are the 10 most important phrases? The writing is still happening by me, but now I'm teaching my students how to use this in an effective way that enhances their learning rather than replaces it, right? So giving our students these models are going to help them write more, write faster, and draw attention to these really important vocabulary and phrases in a contextualized way. But we don't have to stop there. We can also do this for movies. A lot of people want to bring movies into the language classroom, but they often find that movies are just too difficult, or TV shows are too difficult. We can very quickly go to GPT and say, hey, tell me about all of the characters in this movie. Tell me about their personality, their family, their friends. And so we can get some very simple profile cards. Imagine if your learners knew what everybody's name was before they watched the movie. They knew the adjectives that would be used to describe that person. We can do the same thing with difficult phrases. Show me all of the difficult phrases in this movie. So before we watch this movie, I already know the most difficult vocabulary words. I know the most difficult phrases. I know the characters. We can develop background knowledge like we wouldn't be able to do before. We can also create timelines of these movies or TV shows or books, whatever that material it is that we want to teach around. Our students can go through the timeline and check it off as it happens in the movie. This helps ensure that they are paying attention to content while also watching the movie. All right, the last one we're getting to is transformation. And these are gonna be activities that we can do in the language classroom that maybe we are completely rethinking what it is and how we engage in the language classroom. So the first one, as mentioned by two presenters earlier, is eliciting feedback. Of course, as a teacher, we can give feedback, but we can't give feedback as quickly as AI can, and we can't give feedback that a student requests. We can teach our students very quickly how to upload a rubric and ask questions about their paper according to that rubric. We can ask GPT to very quickly identify mistakes and give them suggestions for what they could have said instead of those mistakes. We have an opportunity to provide real individualized support to language learners if we teach them how to use these tools properly. One of my favorite activities with this is creating interactive fictions. Interactive fiction stories are stories that you participate in as you read. So right here, I've asked GPT to create an interactive fiction based off the movie The Lion King, which we just saw earlier, where the student is going to play Simba and make decisions that Simba made, but they're going to be placed in that same role. This could be done before watching the movie or even after watching the movie. And because everybody who engages in this activity will have a different outcome, we have a meaningful opportunity to exchange ideas or to exchange information about how our interactive fiction was different for each learner. This is something that would have been impossible for many teachers before this. And it opens up a whole series of new activities that we can do because everyone is engaging in a different and new story.
Hi, Fred. Sorry for interrupting. We have a limited time. Can you make it a little bit?
I'm almost done.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yep, wrap it up real quick. Thank you, Hendrik.
No worries.
So we can interview famous people. Instead of imagining that we're interviewing somebody, we can pick whoever it is that we want to interview. We can use this to analyze our output. AI allows us to transcribe much of our materials. One thing that I have done is to use ChatGPT as a chat partner. We establish a role, we be clear on how the partner should respond, and then we engage in a conversation. A quick example, this is a conversation I had with it in Spanish about a place that I wanted to travel to. And then afterward, I asked GPT to tell me everything I said wrong, tell me why it was wrong, and what I should have said before. This, again, is extremely, to be able to get a quick feedback based off of oral conversations is something that we just don't have the manpower to do before this. And once we start having conversations with AI, it changes all of the activities that we do in our classroom. We can do this before an in-class activity, we can do it after, we can compare conversations among many others. So, I know I'm over my time, so concluding thoughts is that these PICRAT and SAMR models can help us reflect on how we're using AI. When we generate texts, even though this is just a substitution, we need to get pedagogical, and we need to think about using authentic materials, simplify it, use narrow readings. We can use AI to create models which can amplify instruction through comparisons, and we can provide scaffolding for authentic materials and tasks. And I'm going to stop here because I'm well over my time. Thank you for your patience and for listening, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for wonderful presentation. Give applause. Yeah. Fred, because there is a request a little bit about the little conclusion from the participant that I need to translate into Indonesia. Let me to allow to use Indonesian first. Ya. Ada sedikit permintaan diterjemahkan ke bahasa Indonesia dulu katanya. Ya. Jadi Fred dia menjelaskan bagaimana kita merefleksikan menggunakan ChatGPT dan AI dengan framework PICRAT and SAMR. Ini sangat bagus untuk kita refleksi dalam kita menggunakan ChatGPT. Sudah seberapa jauh kita sesuai dengan framework tersebut. Okay, then I would like to open the question from participant in person and online, or also from online. Please, one question. You can use bahasa Indonesia, then I can translate into English. Please, if you have any question, or in the Zoom. Is there any question? Okay, please. Yeah. At the back. Please help her.
Okay, thank you, Mr., for your presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yeni Molida. I'm from Faculty Education and Science, major Education, Literature, and Language, Indonesia. I have a question, Mr. Is utilizing AI a good thing? But in reality, in humans, becomes dependent and lazy to think. So how do we face this change? Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. No, I think that's a great question, and it's something that a lot of teachers and a lot of people that we have fear of right now. I know a lot of times we say things like AI isn't going to replace us, isn't going to replace teachers, but the simple truth is that we've seen it replace jobs already. And so how do we not become lazy? Well, as Professor Tan said earlier, we also have to believe that we have agency and that we have control over what it is that we're interested in and what it is that we value. In my experiences, a lot of the things that we choose to use AI to do are to replace these tasks that we have little interest in. Now, if that is true of a activity that we're doing in the language classroom, as a teacher, we need to reflect on how valuable that task actually is. And this is a major problem in many of our language classrooms, is that we create activities and tasks that we say, these are good for your learning. But we don't actually investigate whether these are useful for you as a language user outside of the classroom. And so in my experiences, the way that we use this to not get lazy is we design tasks that are useful, that are relevant, and that are aligned with our values and interests, very similar to some of what the earlier speaker said. Yeah, so just one more example. You know, in my work, I tend to use AI a lot for filling out forms that have no purpose and meaning. And that is because I don't see any value in doing that myself. But when I'm writing a paper, I enjoy the process. It's something that I'm intrinsically interested in, and I don't leave this up to AI. So I guess the simple of it is that I don't think you're going to offload something that you find valuable. And for us as teachers, we need to make sure that we are adapting our activities to our students' interests and needs. And I think that will solve a lot of problems going forward.
Thank you, Fred, for wonderful explanation. It's very clear. So, all right, everyone, we have reached the end of our session. And thank you so much for being here together. Thanks for your great question, participant, and for making the discussion so lively. And of course, a big thank you to our wonderful speakers, Lindy, Wazir, and Fred. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's very awesome presentation and respond to the question. And let's give them a big round of applause. We'll now move on to the plenary session to our next moderator. And thank you very much, everyone. And I will return to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to our speakers for their valuable presentations and to Mr. Henrywanto for moderating the session and sharing insightful reflections. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Following that, we will continue with the second session of the presentation, which will be moderated by Dr. Haji Maisa, SPD, MPD. Allow me to briefly read her CV before we invite her to the stage. Dr. Maisa is dedicated ELT educator with 20+ years experience. She holds degrees from Uswagati and UPI, has designed various ELT courses, published, written several books, and actively presents at conferences. To her, we respectfully invite.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Are you still okay? Yes, Alhamdulillah. Okay, so this is our second plenary, and then we will have only 2 speakers. Alhamdulillah, 2 lagi. But it is, to me, the most powerful plenary, I think, because the last not always meaning the least. Yeah. Okay. So for the first, we'll have what is a speaker from Singapore. Let me check it. Check. We will have Dr. Anita, but before having her, I would like to read. Oh, here says, hello, Dr. Anita.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I would like to read your CV first.
Sure.
Okay. So Dr. Anita Devi Pilar is a distinguished academic and educator at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang, Singapore. She has specialized in English language education studies, especially she's an expert in academic writing, and then in communication skill. She receives many awards, including the Excellence in Teaching commendations from Nanyang Institute of Education, and then she also awards Research Excellence Award from her work. And Dr. Pillai also expertise in the students' academic writing. And she is also currently the president of Singapore Association for Applied Linguistics. and many others actually. Now let's have a warm welcome to Dr. Anita. Dr. Anita, time is yours. You have only 10 minutes, please.
Hi everyone, let me just try to share my screen first. You see my screen?
Well noted and well seen, please.
Okay, great. First and foremost, thank you very much for inviting me to deliver a talk at the conference. My sincere apologies that I'm not there in person. I would have loved to be, but I had some health issues, and I'm so sorry about that. And it's wonderful to actually see Lindy in the audience as well, because Lindy and I were PhD mates as well as colleagues when we were doing our PhD, and we were working on different projects, but it's interesting how I can find similar things with her research, how our path seems to have come together. Now, what is an applied linguist? Which is what I am, talking about creative writing. So, and in a conference
Excuse me,
where
Dr.
I've
Anita.
heard you
Excuse
guys
me.
speak about, sorry?
I think you are still having this, what is it?
No, it's not. On my side, it shows as on my side,
Could
I've
you
already
make
done.
it in the presenter view? Or
I am on presenter view on my side.
Yeah, you are having, we are also having a presenter view. Is it okay?
Oh, sorry, I see. What do you want me to do then?
Make it the large one, and then it is not the presenter view. Would you mind having?
Yeah, because all my notes will show up, eh? Sorry, 1 second. Is this right?
We still have the first one. Yeah, okay.
No, that's, sorry, I'm I presenter view, okay.
You may go on.
Yes. Am I good?
Nah, so this is one. This is the one that, yes, already.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, to go on?
Please.
Okay. So, if I could start again, what is an applied linguist doing talking about creative writing? I must clarify that I wear two hats, right? I'm an applied linguist by training, and I'm best known for my anthropological linguistics work that I do based on a minority community, language community in Singapore. At the same time, I'm a creative writer, I'm a published creative writer, and over the years, I've also started teaching creative writing at the university. But that is not why I'm here today. I'm here today because one of the things that we seem to forget in the conversation, or seems to get sidetracked with the conversation right now in the writing classroom. I teach creative writing, I teach literacy, I look at literacy practices, I teach academic writing, I teach writing pedagogy to trainee teachers. So I look at different aspects of writing. And in all of that, all the rooms I enter are now filled with a very, very important conversation about the elephant in the room, the AI, right? The conversations about whether AI is your friend, how do we utilize AI, and it's such an integral part of the conversation, because I don't think the writing classroom is going to be the same again. At the same time, we have writers, we have people, we have students, we have colleagues in the classroom who are struggling with issues, and writing is one way that it comes through. So what are we looking at? What I'm going to talk about is why emotional well-being matters. I understand that is one of the key themes of this conference as well. And what creative writing can offer. I'm going to share with you some practices from the classroom, just as the speaker before me did, some of the things that we've tried in the classroom, and leave you with some ideas for further research. So this is a study in progress. The presentation examines the role of creative writing as a tool to support emotional well-being It's grounded in current research and classroom-based practices. I was indeed very heartened to hear, the first speaker, Professor Tan, talk about evocative objects, because it plays such a critical role in the writing classroom as well. It gets you started. It gets me past all inhibitions that writers come to the classroom with. In fact, it gets them to move away from AI when evocative objects are brought into the classroom, the writing classroom that is. Now, it aligns for what I'm going to talk about, aligns with the calls for low-cost integrated school-based interventions that adolescents with that addresses mental health issues that we are facing. Sorry. Yeah. And I am going to look at it from three different perspectives, the theoretical background in three different perspectives. One of it is the interpretive phenomenological analysis, affect theory, and literacy as an event. These are the three frameworks that have shaped the research study. And it looks at writing not just as a literacy tool, but it looks at the writing classroom or even our English language classroom as a space, a safe space where we can step in or we can support, we can provide intervention that will help with the emotional well-being of our students. And this meets the well-being of, and literacy objectives in the ASEAN educational context as well. The prevalence and impact of the mental health challenges amongst adolescents is worrisome. There is a significant amount of mental health challenges that comes through in the classroom, and it comes through in subtle ways. Many years ago, in fact, in the 1970s, there was this iconic, very important short story written by an educator and academic and an applied linguist, Professor Catherine Lim. The title, it's a 2-page story. I'll be happy to share it with anyone who writes to me. I can send it to you. It's called The Teacher. And Catherine Lim herself being an English language teacher in Singapore, it was quite frightening to see this little excerpt that it was written, because a student was writing this composition, right, in the class, and never mind what the prompt is, the student's response was always about what was happening at home, about her father hitting her. The student's response was about what was happening with the mother, about not having money. And the teacher would repeatedly tell her off or talk about the incident, talk about what she was writing in the staff room with her peers, with the sole purpose, a single sole purpose of, why is she not writing to the prompt? Why does she not get it? Why does she not understand what she needs to do? Because this essay is completely out of point. It was out of point, and it was a cry for help. That was written in the 1970s. Fast forward 50 over years, and we still are in a space where people are interacting, and I'm far more worried now with they're interacting with AI. I've been told AI has fabulous features that actually reassures you when you type in something worrisome. And I understand that my students have been sharing these apps with me that you can have an AI boyfriend whom you can chat with, and or girlfriend, counselor, and they will be a comfort, they'll be a source of comfort, they will be, and therefore people are writing more than ever, right? I mean, they're writing short text, etc., but they are producing language more than ever. But is AI ready to respond in the way that the teacher can? Maybe it is, and it is something that I would love to find out, because as everyone has mentioned, I don't think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think we should acknowledge that AI is here to stay, and I think we should look at how we can harness it and work and use it for the right. Use it to benefit us, as well as take note of how the gaps it fills, right? My focus, of course, is what happens in the classroom. Allow me to pitch this a little further. I know this is something we know, but so adolescents worldwide are increasingly vulnerable to mental health conditions. And the situation is worsened because of socioeconomic factors, widespread stigma, discrimination. I mean, people talk about you don't get counseling. You're not supposed to talk about issues. You're supposed to be private. And they have limited access to comprehensive support as well. Now, all of this comes into the classroom. Why is this important? Because I found that in the writing classroom, and I did not start off with this focus at all, yeah. My focus when I went into the classrooms was primarily to teach writing pedagogy, primarily to teach academic writing, but students were filling their essays, students were writing, students were talking about it, about the stress they were feeling. It manifests in different ways. When they write in the academic writing classroom, the things they would tell me is, in the methodology section, how stressful it was to get the data. All the different things they had to do to get the data. Now, this is what we call the silent text. You know, when you look at published research, academic papers, nobody talks about how difficult it was to get the data. But students were articulating it. It's a feature of novice writing. In the creative writing classroom or in the writing pedagogy classroom, they were articulating the stress that they were feeling. And sometimes they were bringing in things, not sometimes, very often they were bringing in things that was happening outside of the context of the prompt and the classroom, and it was baffling. It's not something you can walk away from. So it is very important, I feel, that you find ways and means to consciously integrate this. I thought I would share something about Indonesia and Singapore. You know, 1/3 of Indonesian adolescents were said to have been experiencing mental health symptoms in 2021, based on Yanni's study in 2020 that was published in 2025. And what many experts are suggesting is that we do provide a safe space in the classroom. It is the it's the easiest low cost, and we tend as teachers we tend to be the first people who have access to our students, and they come to the classrooms with with things that they're experiencing, right? That's that we can be in the best position to help. Maybe not the best position, but in some position to help. In the Singapore context, right? The prevalence of poor mental health in Singapore has increased from 21.5% in 2020 to 25.3%. You may think it's 4%, but 4% in terms of numbers is worrisome, especially given what we are facing, especially since it's silent. It's not something that manifests physically that you can take note of. Where it comes through is really in their writing.
Excuse me, Anita, your time actually is already 10 minutes. Would you please make it shorter?
Sorry, I thought I had 20 minutes. Oh, so I have 5 minutes now?
No, actually it's already 10, but to make it short, the conclusion, please. Would you please?
Go to the conclusion. Okay. Sorry, I thought I had 20 minutes. Okay. Well, you can read the paper later. Emotional intelligence helps people. Okay, I'm going to skip through the theories. I've stated the case for looking at therapeutic creative writing practices in the classroom. And the presentation was focused on structured classroom-based creative writing as an accessible intervention supporting emotional well-being. What it offers is a safe space, which I have mentioned, and it allows students to be able to express themselves without any barriers. It also gives them a space to fictionalize their emotional issues and gives them a distance. If I may skip forward, I want to give you an example from a student's writing, and I'll be very happy to share my slides with you, and of course I'll be writing this up. This is an example, and I'm sharing this with permission because it's already published. This is something that a student wrote in my class, and this was in response. It was during the first class, and it's a lovely piece of fiction. It's only when he shared later on, and I hope you're able to read from there. It's only when he shared later on that this was based on personal experience, which very often is when they're writing their first text, right? The first piece of creative writing. They're drawing on what you know. All writers do that. That we realized there was an underlying issue happening at home. He went on to write lots about it, and he went on to talk about what was happening at home. He went on to then, in fact, be shortlisted for the prize as well, the London Short Story Prize. What I want to point out, I mean, I hope you had a chance, language classrooms, not just for, other activities, but also for space for them to write. Even if they're writing with the use of AI, it probably gives them a safe emotional space. It gives them enough distance to reflect on what's happening to them. It gives them agency, and I always make sure that I tell them, you don't have to share if you don't want to, but you're welcome to if you would like to. And they often share it with the tutor, and many of them are willing to share what they're writing because it's usually a call for help. Now, the classroom is the safest space. It's one space where we can look at providing this mental health support. As language teachers, we don't just teach them grammatical accuracy, nor are we just working along with them about the challenges that they're facing. Also not just about the influence of external factors, right, that's going to affect them and what are they learning in the classroom, but we also take into account what are they bringing into my classroom. With that, because lack of time, I'm going to go to the conclusion. So creative writing represents an accessible, research-supported pedagogical tool for nurturing emotional well-being, resilience, and literacy development in educational settings. I'll be very happy to answer questions. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Am I within my time?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. So let's give applause for Dr. Anita.
Stop sharing, yeah, so I can see them.
Yeah, I'm really sorry I have to remind you about the time. Interesting for me. Yeah, I would like to invite several questions from the audiences. Sedikit mungkin in bahasa. Anita is talking atau berpresentasi tentang creative writing yang bisa dijadikan sebagai alternatif untuk menjadi alat untuk to have a mental health gitu ya, as a creative writing. Jadi nanti Anda bisa dengan menulis bebas, Anda mengungkapkan emosi Anda dan you will heal. Jadi bisa one of the tool to be healer ya, seperti itu mungkin. Ya, ada pertanyaan dari audiens? Ada? Or perhaps the question is from me, Anita. Could I?
Yes.
Ada tidak nih? Okay, Anita. Well, actually, the concept of well-being is quite new, right? And I'm so surprised that you bring the well-being concept into the writing and the creative writing as a language teacher. Of course, it's quite interesting for me. Yeah. So, do you also use it there in Singapore to be to be a tool to one of the facility to have the mental health center perhaps there?
So, no, we don't have a center for mental health which incorporates creative writing yet, but it's an excellent suggestion. Thank you. So what's happening is, if you look at all my references, right, a lot of my references are coming from the medical journals. It is something that I stumbled upon, and repeatedly it comes true, because in creative writing, in the space of creative writing, in the space of writing, in fact, and I talked about academic writing as well, right? People reveal a lot about themselves and what they're experiencing. But we as tutors, or we as academics in the classroom, tend to focus on the task at hand. Be it in the university or in the classroom, we have a certain curriculum, we have a certain task to complete, and we focus on that. And while we talk about it in passing, are you okay? And I know all teachers do that, right? At heart, that's what we are. And I love what you said, teachers as healers. I just absolutely love that. I think that's what teachers are as well. So we say that in passing, but it's not been systematically included. And for it to be systematically included, for it to be taken seriously, I think a lot of research has to be done as well. And there are, if you do a Google search, a Google Scholar search, if you go, if you look at papers, there hasn't been enough done right now yet. And in this particular space, so it is a fairly new, emerging field. It's something that we all know, but how do we do it effectively? How do we ensure that everyone is supported, or what can the the writing teachers in the classroom do? That is something that's quite new, and that's something I'm exploring right now.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Anita. Well, okay, so is there any question for Anita again?
I see a question online. May I take
please.
it? I love it. Sorry, I now lost the question. I saw it pop up. Something about AI. Yes. May I? Is that okay?
Yes, please. You may answer the question. To what extent would you please? To what extent should we make use of AI in the creative writing? It is out of the context, Anita. Is it okay? Yes.
No, it's not out of context at all. I mean, this is because in the context of the conference, of course, it's very important. Now, I think there are two layers to this, right? One, you're asking whether when you're doing creative writing, should we use AI? I've seen local writers like Phyllis Strong put in a prompt about write like me, and the poem that was produced was superb. But I've also experimented with my students with creative writing of short stories, and we've put in stuff, and we've seen that AI hasn't caught up with us with creative writing yet. There are a lot of gaps, and I was quite heartened. I know it's going to get smarter and quicker and better, maybe even by the end of this month. But so far, it hasn't gotten to the extent where it writes a good short story, about 5,000 word short story. I'm not talking about flash fiction. And so therefore, I'm not worried from a tutor's perspective. We're just talking about pedagogy and creative writing classrooms, right? How should students use it, if at all we use it? I'm from the school of thought that we should embrace what's happening, right? So I get students, I tell them, if you're comfortable, put your stories in, what you've written as a draft, ask it to read your story. I mean, AI was trained with some of the best writers in the world, the classics, right? So it's going to ask it to read your story, ask questions, but you create your text, right? You create the text and you ask it questions. Now, the question about whether does this constitute fair work? Are we assessing it? Should we allow this in the classroom? That's a different question altogether. If the question is about how can it be used with creative writing classrooms, right? These are ways in which students learn as well. It can rate your story. It can tell you how well you've written. It can tell you how well you've done the characterization, the plots. It can tell you the gaps. And it's up to you to rewrite it. The suggestions it gives, and I've done experiments on this with two MA classes in the last 2 years. The last 1 year, sorry, the two semesters. It still makes mistakes. It's not able to rewrite your story for you yet. And this is purely in the context of a short story. So students still have to rewrite it, but I don't see the harm in using a tool that is available. But then that brings us also back to the question that Lindy raised, right? Does this mean that they are going to be dependent on it and not think through it? I've not seen that yet, because there's so many gaps in what AI is producing, and we've primarily used ChatGPT, by the way. AI is producing in the creative writing classroom, in the short story, that the writer has to go in and edit. I wish I had more time. Maybe that would make for a very good paper on, what can and can't it do at this point in time, within the creative writing classroom. What can and can't AI do in the creative writing classroom? Yeah, I hope I've answered your question, Insan.
Ya, apakah menjawab pertanyaannya tadi? Ya, sayang sekali waktunya sudah habis. Dan jadi intinya, the conclusions of the Anita's presentation is that creative writing could be the tools to manifest your emotional feeling to be well-being. Well-being in bahasa is bahagia. So Yeah, bahagia, make you happy
Love
in
it.
writing your creative writings. And thank you, Dr. Anita. Please give applause for
Oh,
Dr.
thank you.
Anita.
Thank you.
Okay, I have you still have with us, yeah, Dr. Anita. All right, so let's come to the second speaker. So this is also just as I have told you, this is not the least. Yeah, the last is not the least. This is she is our guru besar in Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati. Let's welcome to Prof. Abdul Rojak. Bismillah. Since Bahasa Indonesia is also or could be used in international event, we would like to deliver this session into Bahasa, and I hope all the international participants or presenters will also could be also follow and make and activate your subtitle. Yeah. Okay. So before having Prof. Abdul Rojak, I would like to read his CV first. Prof. Abdul Rojak is a distinguished professor of Bahasa Indonesia at our beloved Universitas Swadaya Gunung Jati. His extensive academic work primarily focuses on language, literature, teaching narrative text, writing, past literature, and then some others. He is currently doing a research about digital module or digital materials and also about critical thinking. So let's have a warm and let's please give a warm welcome to Prof. Abdul. Monggo Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi wahid, lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Yang saya hormati Pak Dekan dan jajarannya serta para panitia dan saudara-saudara peserta seminar yang saya cintai. Saya akan berbicara menggunakan bahasa Indonesia karena bahasa Inggris itu bukan bahasa saya. Saya khawatir tidak full, tidak bisa mengungkapkan perasaan saya yang sesungguhnya gitu. Kalau untuk Pak Henry, Bu Maisairis udah biasa gitu. Ya, mungkin apa yang saya sampaikan ini apa yang saya pikirkan sejak lama tentang bagaimana pendidikan kita sudah diberjalankan gitu ya. Jadi saya ingin menambahkan sesuatu yang seharusnya apa yang kita lakukan di sini itu harus berakhir di kehidupan kita yang lain gitu, di hari akhir. Disebut hari akhir karena tidak adakan lagi hari kehidupan lain gitu ya. Jadi supaya tidak menjadi percuma gitu. Yang pertama, saya tidak menayangkan PowerPoint salin dia karena saya kangen bertatap muka dengan Anda ya. Saya khawatir ketika saya ngomong mata Anda menatap layar. Kita kangen, kita rindu cerianya di meja makan. Ayah berbicara masalah kerjaannya yang berhasil, anak-anak bicara tentang sekolahnya gitu. Dan ibunya bicara tentang pesan-pesan yang disampaikan oleh para ustadz ketika mengikuti pengajian. Nah, sekarang itu sudah hilang. Ibu menggunakan HP, baca HP, bapak menggunakan HP, anak-anak pun HP, makan ya tidak serius, tidak fokus. kita kangen juga ketika menunggu rapat kita bertanya tentang kabar-kabar gitu. Dan tentu saja hari ini sebelum mengikuti acara seminar, mudah-mudahan Anda ngobrol dengan teman sebelah. Jangan-jangan teman sebelah Anda tidak kenal kepada Anda ya. Nah, ini salah satu dampak teknologi. Jadi teknologi itu sudah mengubah perilaku yang ada kemudian beralih kepada perilaku yang baru gitu. Judul makalah yang saya sampaikan adalah pendidikan sebagai jalan menuju transformasi hakiki. Mengintegrasikan nilai-nilai ilahi di tengah dunia yang terus berubah. Kata transformasi sebetulnya itu sudah akrab dengan kehidupan kita sebagai orang muslim ya. Kalau Anda baca surat Ar-Rod ayat 11, sesungguhnya Allah tidak akan mengubah keadaan suatu kaum sampai mereka mengubah keadaannya sendiri. Itu transformasi sebetulnya. Cuma kita terkagum-kagum saja sebetulnya dengan istilah-istilah yang dipromosikan, yang dipublikasikan oleh orang lain gitu. Kita sendiri lupa gitu. Kemudian saya akan berusaha untuk 15 menit, saya akan baca abstraknya. Makalah ini berargumen bahwa pendidikan sejati tidak terbatas pada penyampaian pengetahuan, tetapi merupakan perjalanan transformasi dari manusia secara intelektual, moral, dan spiritual. Saudara, hidup kita itu sebuah perjalanan sebetulnya. Nasib kita itu sudah ditentukan Allah pada saat kita berusia 40 hari di dalam kandungan. Itu sudah pasti itu. Kapan meninggalnya, sebagai apa rezekinya, bahagia di dunia atau di akhiratnya, itu sudah tentu itu. Nah itu perjalanan, kita menjalani sampai nanti titik akhir yang kita tidak tahu sampai kapan. Ya barangkali nanti yang duluan meninggal itu Anda duluan, saya di akhir, atau saya di akhir, Anda duluan, gitu. Bisa begitu ya. Mungkin aja bisa begitu. Nah kita nggak tahu. Salah satu perjalanan itu kita harus menjalani sejak lahir dan kita tidak tahu apa-apa. Manusia dilahirkan dalam keadaan tidak tahu apa-apa, sehingga Allah memberikan kita telinga, memberikan kita mata, memberikan kita kolbu, hati, fuada Kak, supaya kita bersyukur. Nah dari sinilah pentingnya pendidikan. Para guru, saya senang menyebut guru karena guru itu bisa umum. Kalau disebut pendidik, saya khawatir tidak bisa jadi guru besar ya. Tidak ada pendidik besar, ada guru besar gitu. Nah guru itu harusnya memperlihatkan kepada para murid apa yang harus didengarkan, apa yang dilihat, dan apa yang dirasakan. Tadi sebetulnya sama sih dengan tadi menulis kreatif, kebahagiaan. Apa yang harus dilihatkan itu sesuatu yang membuat bahagia si anak gitu. Apa yang harus dibaca itu sesuatu yang bahagia bagi anaknya. Dan ketika mata, ketika telinga melihat sesuatu yang bahagia, yang bagus, masuklah ke dalam hati. Karena sebetulnya pendidikan itu bagaimana memperbaiki hati setiap saat. Kan kalau kata Rasul itu, kalau hati yang dalam diri kita ada segumpal daging, kalau itu baik, baiklah semuanya, kalau itu jelek, jeleklah itu semuanya. Itulah kolbu, itulah hati. Nah, pendidikan itu harus menyentuh itu. Waktu saya masih muda dulu, ada film seri namanya Heart to Heart, dari hati ke hati. Nah guru itu harus dengan hati belajar mengajar itu. Kalau guru ngajar dengan hati, tidak mungkin dia mengeluh karena gajinya sedikit. Tidak mungkin dia mengeluh karena internetnya belum masuk. Tidak mungkin dia mengeluh ketika para muridnya menurut dia susah menerima. Kan kadang-kadang di kelas itu, di ruang guru itu terjadi obrolan, terjadi omongan membicarakan murid. Gimana menurut Bapak, Ibu kelas ini, Apalagi jangan terjadi yang begitu tuh. Ya. Apa yang terjadi di kelas itu milik guru dan milik murid. Jangan sampai keluar. Kadang-kadang kita itu berpikir ganda loh. Saya sebagai guru harus menjadikan murid cerdas, harus menjadikan pintar. Saya nilai. Kalau nilainya jelek, dia ngeluh. Padahal yang menjadikan pintar, yang menjadikan cerdas itu bukan guru. Guru itu cuma alat. Ya, guru itu cuma alat. Yang menjadikan dia pintar itu yang Maha Kuasa. Nabi Adam diberi ilmu oleh siapa? Allah. Nabi Daud, Nabi Sulaiman diberi ilmu oleh Allah. Jadi kalau Anda sebagai guru memposisikan saya sebagai wasilah, saya sebagai mediasi, bagaimana supaya para murid itu berinteraksi dan interaksi itu menjadikan perilakunya berubah. Saudara-saudara, ilmu itu kita harus yakin, ya. Guru itu harus punya persepsi, punya paradigma, punya pikiran. Ilmu yang diberikan itu harus mengubah perilaku dan perikata. Kalau kita lihat ya, banyak guru besar, ada guru besar yang korupsi, ada dokter yang korupsi. Kayaknya yang pintar-pintar banyak yang korupsi loh. Karena ilmunya tidak membimbing supaya dia berperilaku baik. Ada orang yang ngomong, katanya koruptor itu banyaknya orang lulusan PTN katanya. Katanya sih ya. Karena hati ya, karena hati. Nah, ilmu itu harus membuat omongannya benar, omongannya baik, perilakunya benar, adabnya baik gitu. Nah, guru itu ketika memilih bahan, ketika memilih metode, ketika memilih asesmen, itu harus mengarah kepada bagaimana supaya murid itu menjadi baik. Nah, pendidikan itu dikaitkan dengan perjalanan adalah satu sesi perjalanan menuju supaya agar begitu lulus murid itu menjadi manusia yang berkualitas, manusia yang berguna bagi dirinya, bagi keluarganya, bagi tetangganya, bagi negara. Bagaimana cara guru supaya murid itu memang bisa menjadi bagian dari solusi membahagiakan semua masyarakat. Ya. Bagaimana bisa guru membahagiakan murid kalau gurunya tidak bahagia? Nah, jadi harus bahagia dulu. Ya. Begitu masuk ke kelas itu bahagia. Nah, jadi merupakan perjalanan transformasi dari manusia secara intelektual, kognitifnya, secara moral, adabnya, dan agamanya, spiritualnya. Selama ini kan selalu dikatakan pendidikan itu diakhiri selalu ada karakternya gitu. Terakhir itu kan profil Pancasila. Nanti diganti lagi ada kesehatan, ada adab segala macam, misalnya diganti lagi gitu. Nah, itu sebetulnya tidak boleh, tidak bisa diajarkan. Tapi bahan ajar yang kita siapkan itu bagaimana berpengaruh terhadap perilaku. Saya bahasa Indonesia, guru bahasa Indonesia, kalau mengajarkan teks cerpen itu tidak hanya mengajarkan teks cerpen, ini loh strukturnya, ini loh bahasanya. Tapi bagaimana murid-murid itu mengambil sesuatu dari teks cerpen itu menjadi bagian dari kehidupannya. Jadi bukan guru yang administratif. Sudah ngajar sudah aja, enggak begitu. Ya. Jadi kita harus percaya, kita harus yakin bahwa apa yang kita laksanakan itu harus menjadi bagian investasi dari para murid kita supaya bahagia nanti di akhirat. Bahagia di dunia mah selesai. Rumah banyak, anak banyak, kekayaan banyak, istri banyak, istri 4 gitu ya. Tapi meninggal nggak ada apa-apanya, hilang, ya, tidak ada yang dibawa. Nah, guru itu harus investasi, jangan memikirkan gajinya sebegini, gini, nggak begitu. Saya harus mencerdaskan, itu tujuan dalam Undang-Undang 45 mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa. Gitu ya. Saya lanjutkan. Dengan merujuk pada prinsip teologis Islam dan pemikiran pendidikan kontemporer, makalah ini mengusulkan bahwa pendidikan harus kembali berorientasi pada nilai-nilai ilahi untuk menghadapi krisis moral dan esensial dunia modern. Nilai-nilai ilahi itu kendali. Kompas itu membahas tentang teknologi sekian minggu, sekian pekan. Kemarin terakhir saya baca ada ibu-ibu yang setiap hari ketika membuka HP itu 6 jam. Begini aja terus. Ibu-ibu membiarkan anaknya membuka HP main game, dibiarkan aja. Ya. Ada teman saya dosen mengeluh lagi liburan dengan keluarganya, SMS masuk harus rapat lewat Zoom. Ya. Sudah terganggu kita. Kan memang teknologi kita ini, aplikasi kita ini hanya satu kata sebetulnya. Memudahkan, mudah pinjam duit, mudah main judi, mudah nipu, mudah ganggu orang, itu mudah semua. Ya. Nah itu harus dikendalikan dengan hati yang makanannya, asupannya hal-hal yang baik. Jadi kalau kita melupakan itu, ya hancur. Mudah-mudahan sih yang hadir di sini jarang lihat HP ya. Mudah-mudahan ini kan doa itu. Ya kalau tidak begitu ya nggak apa-apa. Tapi cobalah sekarang kendalikan diri ini. Sebab yang mengendalikan hati. Orang baik itu hatinya di depan, mulutnya di belakang hati. Kalau kita kan kadang-kadang ngomong, setelah ngomong nyesal, berarti mulutnya di depan hati. Tapi orang baik dipikirkan matang-matang, ya, matang-matang. Jadi hatinya itu dipelihara. Mudah-mudahan sih ya. Jadi kita mencoba. Jadi jangan sampai kita diatur oleh HP, kita diatur oleh laptop, kita diatur oleh aplikasi. Kitalah yang ngatur. Ketinggalan HP aja gelisah bukan main ya. Nah, mari kita buatkan ya. Mudah-mudahan seperti itu. Di tengah dominasi kemajuan teknologi dan orientasi utilitarian, pendidikan harus membina tidak hanya kompetensi tapi juga hati nurani, itu dia. Pokoknya kalau kompetensinya sudah oke, sudah lulus, gimana hatinya? Bagaimana hatinya harus berubah kan? Pendidikan itu merubah yang perilakunya tidak baik menjadi baik, yang perilakunya baik menjadi lebih baik. Itu intinya perilaku perubahan, transformasi itu. Ilmu, biologi, kimia, fisika, matematika, bahasa, itu harus mengubah perilaku, masuk ke dalam hatinya. Kalau sudah lulus kan tidak pernah ditanya apa itu teks informasi, apa itu arti apa maksudnya biologi, nggak ditanya itu. Tapi dia orang pendidikan bagaimana perilakunya? Kadang-kadang pendidikan itu nggak ditanya, tapi perilakunya itu anak siapa katanya tuh, perilakunya kok begitu? Wah itu anak siapa? Kok perilakunya bagus? Itu kan perilakunya. Sebab perilaku dilihat orang lain. Guru yang bagus, guru yang dijaga murid adalah guru yang baik hati, tidak sombong, ya, baik hati, bertanya, menyapa, ya, itu guru yang baik. Jadi dari hati ke hati. Kalau mata pelajaran siapa sekarang? Anda mau apa? Tinggal klik saja kan di Google, tinggal klik minta bantuan ke akal imitasi, bisa terjadi semua. Tapi bagaimana kita memanfaatkan semua itu dengan menggunakan hati. Ada standar, ada regulasi. Nah, regulasinya apa? Standarnya apa? Ya itu hati. Kata hati baik enggak gitu. Ya. Kalau Anda membuka aplikasi, hati Anda dagdikduk, tanda nggak baik itu. Ya. Tapi kalau Anda tenang, adem, insya Allah itu tanda baik. Jangan dikira itu hati kita baik ya, kerbau hati itu kan dari kolbu. Kalau kelihatan bahasa Arab, kolbu itu bolak-balik. Bolak-balik itu berarti mudah berubah. Karena itu Rasulullah sering berdoa, setiap saat berdoa, ya muqallabil qulub, sabit qalbi ala dinik. Minta kepada Allah, siapa yang memegang hati itu Allah gitu. Nah, karena itu Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara, sebelum Anda mengajar, sebelum Anda masuk kelas, sholatlah, minta doalah kepada Allah supaya Anda dikuatkan dalam pembelajaran. Tidak marah-marah, tapi minta kesabaran. Ya, minta kesabaran. Guru tidak dipandang sekedar penyampai informasi, melainkan sebagai pembimbing dalam pembentukan karakter yang menumbuhkan hati dan akal yang mencari kebenaran, bukan pembenaran. Tujuan dan pengabdian kepada sesama. Melalui pendidikan yang berakar secara spiritual dan responsif, secara sosial, umat manusia dapat diarahkan menuju transformasi sejati. Teknologi, aplikasi, silahkan digunakan, itu wasilah. Tapi bagaimana cara menggunakannya? Kita tidak bisa menafikan kemajuan teknologi. Pikiran manusia itu selalu maju, berubah, karena manusia tidak diberikan kesempurnaan. Ada Samsung itu sekarang sudah S berapa ya? Sudah S28, S25 berapa? Sedangkan Anda kan paling gede-gede juga S3 ya, sampai S4. Itu pertanyaan berubah, terus berubah. Jadi pikiran manusia itu berubah. Keinginannya sih manusia itu menciptakan sesuatu itu supaya mudah melakukan sesuatu. Betul itu. Bagaimana menghancurkan Gaza, bagaimana menghancurkan Iran, bagaimana menghancurkan Tel Aviv, tinggal pijit aja. Setelah mijit dia masuk bunker gitu, takut dia. Nah itu kan tidak satria. Ya, mudah menghancurkan. Ya. Mudah-mudahan nanti sih balik perang pakai kuda lagi ya, pakai pedang. Itu memudahkan. Nah itu tidak dikendalikan oleh hati, tapi yang mengendalikannya nafsu. Hati-hati ya. Jadi kalau sudah mengendalikan nafsu, ya udah repot gitu ya. Jadi, mari kita buat pendidikan itu menjadi bagian dari cara mengendalikan hati kita, cara mengendalikan segala sesuatu supaya kita bahagia di kelas, bahagia di rumah, bahagia di masyarakat, dan terakhir bahagia di akhirat. Amin. Itu tujuan kita sebetulnya. Karena kita diciptakan oleh manusia, oleh Allah itu hanya untuk beribadah. Nah, satu kalimat lagi. Yaitu transformasi yang menyatukan akal, etika, dan iman dalam pencarian hidup yang bermakna. Learning meaningful, wah gitu kan, sama itu bermakna itu. Ya mudah-mudahan saudara-saudara dan khususnya saya bisa merenungkan lagi supaya kita tidak menjadi bagian dari kesia-siaan dalam menjalankan tugas kita sebagai pendidik, sebagai guru. Mudah-mudahan kita bahagia ketika mengajar, bahagia ketika mendapat honor, bahagia ketika kita juga bertemu dengan Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Ini saya sudah buat pantun, capek-capek
Monggo
saya baca
silakan.
Iya. Mudah-mudahan pantunnya benar sih ya. Karena ada Pak Dede itu pantun. Pantunnya begini. Di sekolah atau ruang digital.
Cakep.
Belajar tekun tetap utama.
Cakep.
Teknologi hanya alat formal. Hati bersihlah kunci utama.
Give applause for Prof. Abdul Rajak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, terima kasih Bapak sudah menghantarkan sebuah nasihat yang ilmu tapi nasihat yang sangat berbobot gitu ya. Mudah-mudahan kita semua di sini bisa mengambil hikmahnya. But I would like to conclude in English. Well, actually, his presentation is titled about the education as a pathway to the authentic human transformation. So what he is just presenting is about how we as a teacher must be able to create a learning journey, not only for our students, but also for our as a teachers, to create a meaningfulness, mindfulness, and at the last, the well-being learning process for our students. So that's actually the point of his presentation. Terima kasih Bapak. Is there any question? I would like to invite you some question. Silakan jika ingin menanyakan beberapa pertanyaan untuk Prof. Abdul. In bahasa boleh, dalam bahasa Indonesia. Monggo silakan. Ada pertanyaan? Ya, silakan yang mau mengacung tadi saya lihat di belakang. Ada? Yang di barisan terdepan juga karena kita adalah murid-murid beliau, boleh ya, Prof, bertanya. Monggo silakan, barangkali yang duduk di depan juga ingin bertanya. Banyak ya. Banyak Pak Henry. Henry sepertinya akan. Pak Henry dan saya itu adalah muridnya Prof. Abdul, jadi apa yang disampaikan selalu baru bagi kami ya. Monggo Pak Henry.
Ya, terima kasih Ibu Maisa. Thank you for the opportunity to give me the chance to give it the question. Saya akan menanyakan tapi pertanyaannya dari orang lain via chat gitu ya. Jadi bukan, it is not my question, mewakili gitu ya. Jadi di era zaman AI sekarang itu semua serba bisa ya. Akan tetapi itu kan tidak mudah untuk dihilangkan, tidak mudah untuk kita jauhi, tidak mudah juga untuk kita kontrol. Karena masa depan kita sebagai calon guru atau pendidik akan menghadapi anak-anak generasi yang sudah ChatGPT, bahkan anak saya juga sudah pintar bikin prompting sampai bikin video dan bikin image gitu ya menggunakan ChatGPT. Nah, akan tetapi bagaimana sebaiknya kita sebagai seorang guru untuk dapat menyeimbangkan antara pendidikan yang harus kita capai dengan pendidikan hati, karakter, kebaikan, moral, dengan pendidikan teknologi. Karena di satu sisi ada orang yang sangat ekstrim mengambil pendidikan hati terus sehingga lupa perkembangan zaman, sehingga mudah dibodohi dan mudah dicurangi. Di sisi lain ada orang yang sangat ekstrim terhadap teknologi, lupa pada pendidikan hati, sehingga bagaimana menyeimbangkannya. Demikian titipan pertanyaan dari belakang ya.
Iya, Prof. Abdul, ini pertanyaannya menarik. Hal hati, pendidikan, tadi Prof mengatakan bahwa pendidikan itu esensi ada pada hati. Bagaimana selaku guru kita mampu mendidik diri kita dan juga anak-anak dengan mungkin divine ya, bahasanya tadi Prof. Abdul itu diabstrakkan divine value-nya. Namun teknologi yang tidak terbendung itu tidak bisa kita elakkan. Nah, Prof, tipsnya Prof Abdul bagaimana menggabungkan supaya kita tidak gaptek teknologi tapi juga hatinya terjaga. Monggo Prof.
Terima kasih Mas Henry. Ini sih teman diskusi jadi begini nanyanya. Saudara yang saya cintai, kalau saya sering mengikuti kajian-kajian, rata-rata ya semua ya, Ustadz itu jarang membawa kitab sekarang itu, dia membawa tab. Dan saya tanya itu berapa puluh, bukan puluh, Prof, ratusan. Ini kitab-kitab di situ. Terus di rumah, ya saya baca kitab di rumah. Jadi bukan baca di tab itu, kalau di rumah dia baca kitab kuning ya. Karena membaca itu punya keasikan sendiri ya. Beda dengan membaca lewat tab. Ya itu beda karena kan baca tab itu lewat cepat lelah ya, cepat lelah. Kalau bagi saya cepat lelah ya. Jadi di rumah itu saya sering baca buku aja. Nah itu kan berguna tuh, ya. Ustadz itu tidak pernah buka yang lain-lain, Mas El. Tidak membuka yang lain, artinya tidak membuat matanya melihat sesuatu yang maksiat di situ. Kan internet itu jalan menuju neraka, jalan menuju surga kan begitu ya. Nah itu di mana kendalinya? Ya hati. Kan cara berpikir saya sih mudah gitu. Kalau saya melihat ini, apa kegunaan saya bagi nanti di akhirat gitu. Saya ajarkan itu ke cucu, saya ajarkan anak-anak. Cucu saya sekarang masuk kelas 2 SD, tidak pernah tahu, tidak pernah megang HP gitu. Nggak pernah main game, nggak bisa dia. Cuma tahu HP tahu dia, moto-moto tahu dia. Karena memang kita sudah punya standar, sudah punya aturan regulasinya. Nah itu yang kurang kita itu. Tidak ada regulasi. Jadi kita harus buat regulasi untuk diri sendiri, untuk keluarga juga. Guru ketika masuk di kelas, anak-anak punya HP, buat standarnya. Untuk apa HP itu dan buat regulasinya bagaimana cara menggunakan HP. Saya katakan tidak bisa menafikan. Kita tidak bisa menafikan kemajuan teknologi itu. Itu sesuatu yang keniscayaan. Ya jalanin terus. Tapi buat apa gitu. Ya, pesantren sekarang pakai teknologi kok. Pesantren pakai teknologi. Ya, teknologi. Tapi teknologi itu dikendalikan ya tadi mati. Ya. Mas ini bagi saya yang sudah tua ya. Jadi bandingan Mas ini kan tuan saya itu. Itu kalau makan itu sekarang itu ini saya makan ini akibatnya seperti apa nanti? Itu urusan makan aja. Kalau saya makan ini kira-kira apa pengaruhnya ke tubuh saya? Kan harus ingat begitu. Mungkin untuk anak-anak muda nggak begitu. Makan seblak maning silahkan aja gitu. Tapi bagi saya berpikir 50 kali itu bikin seblak. Ini dibuat dari apa? Caranya bagaimana? Wah enggak gitu. Nah kalau sejak muda kita berpikir begitu dengan cara apapun termasuk teknologi tadi, enggak. Ya emang kita harus kenal sih teknologi ya, supaya nggak ditipu. Memang harus kenal, tapi kenal untuk menjaga diri gitu kenalnya. Ya. Saya bayangin nggak kebayang itu, 6 jam lihat HP begini terus. Salah seorang ustadz terkenal ya, saya tahu namanya tapi tidak saya ngomong ya. Dia ngomong dulu waktu saya kuliah di Amerika sana, melihat film seri itu 24 jam. Memang judul filmnya 24 jam. Dia lihat dulu. Ternyata ustadz juga pernah gitu ya. Sebelum jadi ustadz pernah begitu juga ya. Jadi ada fasenya gitu ada. Tapi sekarang sudah sadar dan kendalikan. Ilmu itu kan makin lama kita belajar perlahan-lahan ilmu itu mengendalikan diri. Kalau ilmu tidak bisa mengendalikan diri berarti gagal kita belajar itu. Ya. Nggak bisa. Ya harus mengendalikan. Sebab mungkin kalau kita tidak mengendalikan nanti Allah akan menurunkan tanda-tandanya. Ini makanan banyak, warna-warni, tapi tidak boleh makan. Kenapa? Kata dokter nggak boleh makan ini karena gula. Kata orang nggak boleh karena asam urat. Gimana? Sebelum itu terjadi, kendalikan. Ya. Ya mudah-mudahan seperti itu ya. Mudah-mudahan. Jadi kendalinya di hati. Apa kira-kira masukan hati itu? Ilmu. Masukan hati itu asupannya ilmu. Ya. Jadi kalau Anda ingin hatinya baik, carilah ilmu-ilmu yang baik gitu ya, seperti itu. Barangkali itu Mas Hendi, mudah-mudahan tidak puas ya. Ya, assalamualaikum.
Ya, mudah-mudahan tidak puas Pak Henry dengan harapan membuka open discussion after this gitu ya. Well, again, perhaps I would like to translate the conversations or the discussion among Pak Henry and Prof. Abdul. Well, actually, Mr. Henry asked about how to integrate technology within the heartfulness. Yeah, so that's why, and then Prof. Abdul asks or answers that actually we need to be very conscious, harus sadar gitu ya, atau mindfulness when we do something, when we teach our students, when we also are with our children, for example, we need to be there, the whole of our body, our heart, and our mind, mindfulness dengan penuh keikhlasan, and also meaningfulness, seluruhnya dikerahkan. Jadi when we are having in our students, so make sure that your students also the one who are learning something with you, you also learn something from them, that is the mindfulness. And after that, when you have just realized, katanya Prof. Abdul tadi, you will lead to be the happiness or to be toward the well-being. Jadi nanti insya Allah mengajarnya bahagia lahir dan batin. Amin ya. Oke, well-being konsep yang menarik dan bagus. Sebenarnya kalau konsep Islam sudah lama, Prof. Well-being itu bahagia lahir batin. That's a big question for as a teacher, how to make a well-being learning journey for our students. Not only for our students, but also for us as a teachers, gitu ya. Okay, well, the time is very limited, and finally we have the last session. And again, give applause to Prof. Abdul for his presentation. Terima kasih. Okay, please. I think this is the last presentation. The last plenary for our teachers. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to our speakers for the valuable presentation, and to Mrs. Dr. Haji Maisa SPD MPD for moderating the session and sharing insightful reflections. Please give them applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a well-deserved break. Please take this moment to relax and recharge.
After the break at 12:30 p.m., we will continue with the parallel sessions. Kindly proceed to your assigned parallel session as listed in the program or guided by the committee. And thank you so much for your attention, and enjoy your break.
Baik, sebelum istirahat kami informasikan kepada para peserta. Yang pertama, nanti pukul 12.30 atau 12.45 lah insya Allah ya. Untuk sesi paralel, room 1 dan 2 itu ada di lantai 3. Room 1 dan 2 ada di lantai 3. Kemudian room 3, 4, 5, dan 6 itu ada di lantai 4. Selain itu ada tidak? Ada room 7, 8, 9, 10? Ada? Baik, nanti untuk room 8, mohon maaf, untuk room 7 ya, 7, 8 itu di ruang di lantai 4 gitu. Ada yang 9, 10? Oh ada tambahan ya. Nanti kami informasikan di grup berarti yang tambahan itu ya. Teman-teman sekarang boleh untuk istirahat terlebih dahulu. Untuk bisa mengambil, kalau ingin sholat ambil air wudhunya itu ada di lantai 6. Bisa di teman-teman ini kan. Kemudian nanti ada Ya, keluar bisa mengambil makan siang. Bisa mengambil makan siang tapi antre dulu ya.
All right, team, we're transitioning to FLAC, but